Ah, yes. Ah, yes. Ah, fuck. No, help. Alright. Alright. Pretty song, huh? We got G Starwin, Draggers, Asheron. I'm here. Hi. Pretty song this. My camera's not right there. Capping and Boolin. I'ma rub my bitch. I'ma rub my hoe. I wonder if A Goth fucked that bird in the video and robbed her. I wonder if he fucked her and then robbed her after the video. Now that's what I want to know. Early's this week, sadly, yes. Heat fan, how you doing? Okay. I went and trained today. I had a... Why's that all fucked up? I had an excellent chest session. I took a couple of good pictures. The 10, I see you across the other side. Oh yeah, shout out to the guy who fucking knocked out AJ. Yeah, fuck AJ, dude. Fuck Anthony Joshua. Fuck that guy. I took some good pictures today. I'm looking pretty hench at the minute. And I took like a side-on one. My arm's looking mad right now, ready? Bro, look at that! Look at that fucking... Look at that arm. You can't even properly see because the light and that's not the best. Because it's like shining up. But bro, you can't see it the best, but my arm's looking hench. Okay? Like a tank. Have I taken any more? No. Maybe a couple. Didn't I take one of my back? What? What's this new thing? It's Hate Army, bro.
Hate Army, that guy.
Hate Army General.
Doing the Hate Army shit.
Good vibes to Hate Army.
Shout out to Hate.
Shout out for Hate.
Hate Army's here.
Hate.
I'm trying to find... I'm sure I had another one. Yeah. Yeah, fuck Kojima, dude. I mean, no, listen. Death Stranding's a good game. But the ending was fucking trash. We got Psychotic Assault over the other side as well, I see you. Do we watch the guy? I'm going to play probably Neo whilst I'm watching the guy. So, let me just light up my smoke right now and have a little... Let's just have 5 minutes, yeah? Let's just have 5 minutes before we go deep on the toxic. Let's just have 5 minutes. Let's just have a nice look. Ready? No, listen. The game had redeeming features. I was kind of into the whole post-apocalyptic postman thing. Like, I was not against it. Atmosphere and that. It had some things. But the ending was an excellent Psychotic Assault. The ending was just awful. The ending was awful. The thing is, he's got me, Drag. He's got me because I will. We need a Kojima emote, don't we? I need a Kojima, and we need a 7TV Kojima emote, so everyone's got it. Dystopian Postman Pat Ruben Sano is correct. Look, I love the vibe. I like post-apocalyptic games. It had like a proper, like a Half-Life vibe. It had some awesome atmosphere. I like some of the missions. The story was intriguing. The whole, some people are dead, they haven't crossed over properly. It was intriguing, but it wasn't properly explained because it's Kojima. Loads of stuff was just left completely up in the air, and the ending was garbage. So for me, it went from like, let's say I was giving it an out of 10. 90, let's say 80% of my game, I would give it an 8 or 9 out of 10. Really enjoyed it. Story slowly building, loved it. By the time the ending and I'd done the last sort of hour and a half of the game and it had finished, it was like a 6 out of 10. Honestly, the ending totally killed it for me, man. The ending totally killed it for me. Let's see if we can find a good Kojima emote. Or I'll just make one. Not the best. Not the best. Let's just do... Let me make one. Let's just get one for 7TV. Oh. I've got my keyboard is like literally at an angle. That's a good one. We need one of him looking like extra annoying. We need like a current one of him looking like extra annoying. Like that. Like this would be good. This would be good. Fucking Norman Reedus. God damn it. Yeah, fuck. Do you know what? Celebrities, all this P. Diddy shit, like, fuck all of them. Because they're all in bed with each other. They all know about this stuff. Like, fuck all of them. Anyone that comes out like, bro, fuck all of them. Because there have been people that have been saying he's a pedo for years. Or, like, there's the same with Jimmy Savile and the BBC. Like, fuck all these people. They're all involved. They're all involved. Oh, fuck. Right. Where's the first one? Yeah, one of these ones.
I'm tired of this fat fuck popping up in all my fucking search engines when I'm looking for a fucking workout video. I don't give a fuck about the aftermath from any of you boogie fans that feel sorry for this greasy fuck. Who? Cheese drinking, ass smelling, Crisco bathing, lard gargling,
Got him.
calorie eating, blob, McDonald's gorging, wine low, hungry hippo, yokozuna, whale slash free willy, you fat fucking disgusting fuck. Cheese drinking, ass smelling, flutter, Crisco bathing, lard gargling, calorie eating, blob, cheese drinking, ass smelling.
Alright, it's just Kojima capitals.
Calorie eating, blob. I know there's gonna be a lot of people out there calling me a bully. Well, guess what? I'm not. I just don't feel sorry for fat fucking people, especially fat fucks who sit there all day, gorge and eat, and make money for doing absolutely
Not being a kiddie fiddler at the BBC is the loneliest job in the world. Ruben Sano, I think you are correct about that. Yeah, you're correct. And then they're like, oh, we had no idea. Yeah, sure you didn't.
Get that ass in.
cheese drinking, ass smelling, Crisco bathing, lard gargling,
Right, we've now got a new emote. Kojima.
cheese drinking,
Capital letters. All capitals.
smelling, Crisco bathing,
A new 7TV Kojima emotes. Oh, hi YouTube. I'm checking you out. I'm keeping an eye on things.
Meerkat Mall. Who?
What is the guy talking about? What is the guy talking about right now?
Yes, in fact.
Hilarious WWE glitch. Oh yeah, I bet it is.
B Rock a B, huh? Oh my God, hello.
Ass smelling. Blob.
Fresh shit like that. Hold up.
What's he going on about? Anyone watch that Tulsa King?
Bow, bring on the eyelids. You on demon time. Bow. You know you moving devious. You know type of time you on. Bow. Niggas better not be friend with me. Young boy, this squad. I send one of my niggas. Drip. Where you niggas? LJ, bow. All my niggas. Type of time you on.
Hey, Army.
Bow. Walk the drink. That's girl shit. Pop out. Bow. 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 I don't consult with you guys. I'm not supporting your life.
You sure about this one? Are you sure about this one?
Give me that gun on the side. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that gun on the side. I don't consult with you guys. I'm not supporting your lies. You think that I care about beef? Nigga, give me that burger with fries. Give me that.
Are you sure?
Give me that gun on the side. Give me that. Give me that. Give me that gun on the side. My face is hot, I be knowing. I gotta watch where I'm going.
Blixie in a box. What? Sorry. This is Flivio Foreign and JD, and the next one is Blixie in a box.
I got heads out in Harlem, nigga. Hold on. You throwing problem with my Carver niggas. Hold on. Look, we in the spot by the party niggas.
Have I played Dead Cells? I have played Dead Cells. I sucked at it. Jesus G Wine, how you doing? I have played Dead Cells. I sucked at it. It's 5v0. 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 It's pronounced Blicky. Blicky, not Blixky, Blicky. Blicky in a bot. The X is silent, of course it is. Native Mamba, how you doing? Look at this crown. Look at this, like, the idea that someone who is a fan made him this is laughable. The person that made this is either literally a dent head, right? They've got an actual dent in their head, or, oh my god, or just a troll. Oh my god. Speaking of dent in their head, has anyone seen the video or the pictures? By the way, Frank Z, how you doing? Has anyone seen the pictures or the video of the man in Australia? No, it might be in Nashville or something. I don't think it was Australia. I think it's in America somewhere. Walking around with a literal, like dent. I can't show it on stream. I can't show it. He got into like a crash and I mean all of this bit here is gone. He's walking around. His brain is hanging out. His brain is just, you can just see it, bruv. He discharged himself from hospital and he touched it. He touches it, yeah. He's touching it and like picking at it. Frontal lobe is your personality and stuff. Do you know who I've got a really good story for you, Indrid? Do you know who Phineas Gage is? Have you ever heard of someone called Phineas Gage? Yeah, you know about him, yeah? Very interesting story. Where he it was damaged because he blew a steel rod through the top of his head. And it fucked his eye up and it changed his personality. Speaking of which, I saw another video the other day. I think I've talked about this before. There's a woman in Philly, black girl, bless her. Bro, she walks up to a car, so she can see herself in the reflection. She's got a bandage round her head down to here, yeah? She lifts the bandage up. All of her forehead is a red, pus-ridden, it's just open wound. It's disgusting. And she picks up a needle, I'm assuming fent, yeah? And she injects into the wound. Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
She injects into the wound. There's little bits it's bleeding and shit. All the bandage is rotten. Oh, bro, it's so awful. It's so awful, man. It's so awful. I'll try and find it for you as well. I'll try and find it for you. But I can't show that on stream either, I don't think. Well, she's a drug addict. Oh, it's so bad. This is the hate. West Hate Army's got the one of the guy with the open wound, yeah? Yeah, he's picking at it, bro. He's picking at his brain. Yeah, that's brain guy. That's Reddit, so you might not be able to view that link. Yeah, this is it. I mean, this is a Reddit link. For those of you that have Reddit, that's a Reddit link of it. I put it in both chats. I can't show that on stream. There's no way I can show either of these on stream. But that's the woman injecting into her, like, scalp, basically. Like, it's just like a festering wound. The bandage, and she just lifts the thing up and injects, like, straight into her own head. Oh, yeah, this is it. This is it. It's so nasty, dude. That video is so nasty. Insanity, how you doing? Oh, I found a non-Reddit version. Red.tube. Yeah, this will do it. Yeah, that's a non-Reddit version. If you ain't got Reddit and can't watch it, there you go. Yeah, don't look at it, by the way. Majin Boolin, how you doing? Don't look at it if you're squeamish, yeah. Don't look at that thing I just posted if you're squeamish. If you don't want to see a woman literally inject drugs into her festering forehead, don't look at it. But it's awful, awful. And then she sees the guys filming her and she's like, oh shit. And just like flaps the bandage down. And the geezer's like, what the fuck? Bro, it's so nasty. So nasty. Her whole head is just like rotting. The bandage is like yellow and brown and disgusting. It's so bad. It's so bad, dude. I felt so bad when I saw it. I was like, oh my god! Like, imagine being that far gone. It's so bad. By the way, Super Rocket Man Turbo. Anyone on YouTube or Twitch that I've missed? How you doing? I'm surprised she's not dead as well, but maybe she is by the time. Maybe she is now. Maybe she is now, mate. So nasty, dude. Back to this actually mentally ill person. Look at his stupid fuck. This is blows my mind that he plays this on his stream like it's good.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the show, and welcome officially to autumn.
What?
Because in the Northern Hemisphere, today is the first day of fall, and boy, am I happy about that. Because it's a long summer, and now it's time to cool down. Head into the best time of the year for gamers. On today's show, we're going to have a more laid-back...
The best time of the year for gaming? What? Because you're a sweaty cunt.
atmosphere again. Today, I
Chill.
would like to jump into the suggestion box. And before you're like, what is that? We have a suggestion box here pretty much running all the time for this show. The funny part is...
No, you don't.
We're almost always so busy with game news, with...
No one's scrolling back through your community feed to find that, bro.
We don't usually check it.
No one's doing that.
And so it's funny every once in a while to just kind of sit back and open it up and start reading through it. And that's exactly what we're going to be doing today. But the funny part is, with all the stuff that's been going on with me in the last 2 months, it's going to be interesting to see how many of these suggestions maybe were already listened to or maybe don't even apply anymore.
You literally ignore all of them, though.
Of course, today is React Day, which means we're going to be doing different stuff than gameplay, which is always welcome as well. So, ladies and gentlemen, happy fall. It's time for the first autumn-themed episode of the Level 1 Podcast.
Get ready for some meaningful content, because the king is back, the king of the live stream, the king is back. Woo!
Alrighty, well, welcome everyone. Today is Sunday, the 22nd of September, 2024. I'm Darkside Phil.
Imagine being 42, that you've done this job for 16 years, and you think that's like cool and acceptable to put at the start of your live stream to show you make effort or something.
Keep it G real.
And welcome to
I don't
the
fuck with you because you
This is
disrespecting me.
Level 1
You disrespect my hood
And,
by
on
telling
today's
me
show, we're gonna
take off my
get
flag,
caught
asking
up
how
in
gangster I
Man,
was.
how you doing?
You
Let
lucky
you
on
know
that day
about
I was acting cool, cuz. I told you I ain't got time
Why
for
is
that.
he
but
so
nigga,
quiet
today I
today?
got time, cuz.
Why is this cunt so quiet today?
The casting,
I had to turn him up extra.
Casting of Frank Stone went. Some updates with WWE Champions.
That was
which
next
is
level
pretty
dog
fun.
shit, the 10, you're right.
And then, update on the schedule for the week.
On the
And then we're
schedule
gonna
for the
jump
week.
into,
Yeah, I can't wait.
The suggestions box, which we haven't looked at in so long. It's 2 months outdated, so it's going to be fascinating.
Who fucking
sure.
cares?
I hope you're all doing well, and I hope that you're having a great weekend. For me,
No, you
it's
don't.
not
You don't
bad.
care.
What I mean by that is, I'm really enjoying the stuff we've been doing together. The podcast. Has been
Oh,
great
yeah,
for me.
together.
It's been good. I put up blackout curtains in my office, and yesterday was the first day that I tested them. So first of all, number one, I can tell you, these blackout curtains are absolutely amazing for blocking light. As you can see, you see how good it looks? Like, look, you can see that my lights are pulsating behind me because
These blackout curtains are amazing for keeping out light. These blackout curtains are good at keeping out light. Yeah, well, but considering they could work that out since, like, well, I know they had blackout curtains in the 1940s when London was getting bombed by the Germans. So, yeah, I think they've figured it out by now, how to get, like, decent, like, black fabric that keeps out light, DSP. Wow, it's so amazing, isn't it?
it's such a good lighting system now. It's completely enclosed dark. like a
Yeah,
studio.
yeah, it's such a good lighting system. All my
Everything
shiny
looks
shit.
Amazing. Pops. There's no more light coming from that window disturbing the setup. So everything there,
It pops.
100% great. However, and this is a big however, they really aren't doing that much for heat reduction at all. The heat.
Why would they?
From the sun?
Why
from that
would they?
wall. They're absorbing the heat, but this room is still heating up, and I'm not really sure there's much I can do about it. I've been looking into this. Okay, how do you reduce heat in a room? Air conditioning. Well, I don't want air conditioning in this room 24/7, especially in the fall and winter. That would be silly and ridiculous.
Yeah, exactly, Draggers.
Well, there's basically two options. Okay? Option number one is that you can get curtains, blackout style curtains, that have what is called a silver reflective coating. What it is on your side of the curtains, you see the color of the fabric. On the other side, it actually is like almost like a mirror coating that reflects back the sunlight.
That's not going to work.
Okay? This is meant to deter heat. Now, it doesn't 100% deter
That's not
it,
gonna
but
work.
It does dramatically reduce the amount
That's
of
not
heat
gonna work.
that a room would get.
Not
say,
enough,
a
not on that
sunny
scale.
afternoon where the sun is beating on that wall or window. And I looked into this.
It's
and I
ambient
was like, I have no
temperature as
problem
well. It's ambient temperature as well, everywhere in general. It's not just the sun shining on his house. Although that's if you're in like a conservatory or you go like somewhere like that. Like, the sun can shine on this house all day. It's not hotter on one side of the room than it is on the other. It's just generally throughout the day, the ambient temperature of the air is up because of the time of year it is, this dumb cunt.
that whatsoever. Here's the problem. My window in this office is a weird shape. It is 60 inches wide.
So?
That is not a standard window shape.
So?
Standard window shapes are 52 inches.
So?
Or 70 inches. So
what's a standard window? Yeah, I get it. There's like sort of certain size bay windows, but how many different types of windows on houses have you fucking seen? Look, midlight in the middle of the day. Nice.
I've been
I bet you
looking
didn't have to
all
pay
over
extra.
the internet. I can only find these reflective curtains in 52 inches, which isn't big enough.
So buy
I have a
two.
whole 6 to
Buy
8
two and
inches
cut it.
uncovered.
Buy two and cut
if
it.
I get those
Problem solved.
reflective
Buy two
curtains.
and cut it.
Now I could just try them and
You could
just
buy
see.
two and cut
Maybe
it,
I
couldn't
could
you?
stretch them
Buy
out,
two and
test
cut
them
it,
out,
maybe?
And if they're too small, maybe I could return them. But I just
Or you could
don't
buy two and
know
cut it.
what to do. I don't want 3 or 4 curtains on the bar. It'll probably break. The curtain rods and its brackets are not meant to hold a million pounds. So I don't know. that was one option, and I'm looking into that, but I really don't know if it's going to work.
Oh, yeah, of
The other
course you don't.
option is complete blackout, panels / fabric. What does that mean? Well, what you can do is you can get basically a giant fabric blocker. On one side, it's whatever color you want. On the other side, again, it's that silver reflective coating.
I ain't fighting
And
that thing
you
out
just
there.
block the whole window with this using Velcro. Okay, so you can take it off whenever you don't want it, and you can put it up when you do. Now, that's all well and good, except there's a problem there. You can't have your window open if you block it, right? And if I don't have my window open, I have absolutely no air circulation. This room is full of electronics. I've got 2 PCs. I've got 3 monitors. I've got a
Filling with dust right now, by the way.
I've got
filling
all this
with
other
dust
equipment
right
running
now.
game consoles sometimes. I can't have this room with absolutely no air circulation. It would be so hot and stuffy. Even if I have no sun heating the room up, the room itself with no air circulation would just be hot anyway. So I'm looking at all these situations. I'm like, there's no solution. Like, literally, there is no solution. It used to be, oh, I don't have the time and the money to figure this out. Now I have that, and there's still no solution. Like, they don't make the curtains big enough for my window.
This is such a
Because
first
my window is a
world
weird
problem.
size. I can't get the ones that I really need, and the other solution doesn't work. So, and then Bookworm says, what about home window tint kits? Again, that's a solution that works if your window is closed. If your window is half open, there's no tint on the window. Half of it, the sun's still hitting it. It's still going to heat up your room. The only way those tint kits work is if your window's closed all day. And I can't do that because then this room would be too hot. You see? So, yeah, I just don't know what I'm supposed to do. I'm debating buying the smaller reflective curtains and trying those and see if they work. I don't know if they will. They may be too small and not block the light. I mean, it's going to end up being like, what's the lesser of two evils? The heat, the light, somewhere in between, air circulation. It seems like there's just no real good clear-cut answer to my problem. And this is something I've been dealing with for a decade. I've been streaming from this room for a decade, and it's always this time of year.
This
when
is
early
really not a
fall, when
big
it's still
deal,
too
like-
hot, it's still got almost summer-like temperatures. But
This is really not a
it's
big
not
deal.
cool enough to do everything fully like fall yet, or early spring. It's the same thing where it's just starting to warm up. You get that in between. It's too cool to put in the air conditioner, but it's too hot
Oh
to
my
stand.
lord.
It's always like maybe maybe a third of the year that I'm dealing with this, and right now is that time, and it's like, ugh. So
This is what he thinks about.
if anyone out there has any suggestions,
This is what he worries about.
I'm open to them. I would like help.
Yeah, it's called air
to deal with
conditioning.
this. Basically, what happens is every afternoon, starting around
It's
now,
called
around the
air
time I start the
conditioning,
podcast,
bruv, and you keep
the sun
refusing.
comes out. The sun literally
called air
beats on
conditioning.
the front wall of my home. There's no way to stop that. Okay, this room, which is front facing to the sun, heats up about 25 degrees. Now, in the fall and winter, it doesn't matter because it's cooled enough outside. I don't care about that temperature differential. I just leave the window open and it's nice, right? The problem is right now we're only just hitting early autumn and it's still 70-something, sometimes 80 degrees outside. So
Ah.
it makes this office 100
All my
degrees.
timing's out.
So what am I supposed to do? I took the air conditioner out because I'm not going to leave it in forever. It's not summer anymore. So it's just like,
This is what he worries about. This is this guy's
Gave me a
life.
suggestion: if the curtains are sold in 2-packs, which they are, buy 2 sets and use 3. Not possible because there's a center bracket. There's
What?
a center bracket on the curtain rods to hold
What?
it in place. Any curtain rod, you're gonna have 2 on the end and 1 in the middle.
What?
So how do you have a third curtain?
What's he talking about?
You have 2 on one side and 1 on the other. You know.
What's
So,
sorry?
yeah,
Why
I
does
don't
that
know
not
how
make?
this is gonna
Why does
work.
that not make sense? You just double up on
Coolers
one.
Don't work. Bookworms is evaporative cooler. Evaporative cooler works by you have some kind of a body of water, like a tank, and it turns.
It's
it
a
evaporates that
dehumidifier.
water and gets it in the air. You can't have that at any room with electronics. It literally creates condensation in the air. It makes all the.
No, he
electronics
did.
work. You can't do that.
That might make it that
You're-
much
you're
cooler.
talking
It
about
just take the
like
moisture out the air, but it's like
It's for like down south in like that freaking Florida and shit, where it's so hot all the time, but you don't want to run AC. It's too expensive. You get one of those. That doesn't work for electronics room. I have a standing oscillating fan. That's exactly what I'm using right now. A standing oscillating fan currently is blowing air.
yeah, they're
from
good
my
enough,
office.
right?
That's
For
the
the
only
for
way
as
that I
hot as
can
it's gonna get for him,
here, right?
like they're
It's
good
an
enough,
oscillating
dude.
fan. Perhaps if I'm going to look into having an electrician already install like a fan and light in my dining room maybe I should, at the same time when the electrician comes for that, have them install a fan and ceiling light in here. Right now I have a ceiling light in here that doesn't work. Only one of 3. It's like a stupid, weird, ugly lamp, and only one of the 3 bulbs works. It's all destroyed and shit. So I'm thinking, just have that removed and put a fan up so I have nice air circulation in here. That might help a lot, just to have the air moving in the room. So maybe that's a solution.
Just deal with it.
Or a part solution. That way I have not only the...
Would these curtains be classed as a business expense? That they would be, and he still owns them.
Hold on a second.
Sheet Metal, how you doing? Where's he going?
I just wanted to have the fan fully blowing on me, so I moved my office chair out of the way a little bit. So
Okay.
So we'll see what happens. All right, I gotta think about this. I don't know if I'm gonna order these reflective blinds or do something else, another solution. I don't know. It's just like,
I don't know. Don't forget, this guy's talking about an office. Like, the amount of time. If this is your job, I want you to think, right? Even though it's my front room, I have like a corner of the front room. The leads go one way. Everything's sort of like what's maybe conglomerated is the word I'm looking for. But in the one section, yeah. This guy, let's go. How long ago was it? This guy has been doing this for 16 years. Think how many days off he could have taken to re-sort out the room, like redo everything, like sort the layout. And this is what his office looks like. Look at the dust. Look at, there's the old stick he don't use. Look at all the shit. Just everywhere. Stuff everywhere. Leads and crap. Look at this. Look at this. Oh, you can't probably see because of the thing. Look at the mess all over this room. This is his office. The PC just sitting on the carpet on the floor. $2 PC just on the floor. $2 PC just sitting on the floor. Sucking up all the dust is right.
now I gotta get the Ethernet back in.
Where's these big calves you were talking about? Where's these big calves he was talking about? Because from the front, you can really see the body of the calf. You should be able to see it, like, bulging out a little bit. Where's these huge calves you were talking about, dude? Where are they?
Joystick for fighting games. So that both are permanently attached on the...
This is what he calls a big calf. This is what DSP calls a big calf. Nutsack, how you doing? I don't even know what this dude's on, dude. I don't even know, like... His feet are so fucking weird. If anything, his calves insert higher than a regular person's. If anything, they insert higher. They insert up here. Like, mine are down here. Mine go further down my leg. Not much, like... But, like, his are, like, really high. If anything, they just look a bit weird because they're, like, the muscle itself, the body of the calf is quite high. Like, if you look at that, now, showing, like, an actual bodybuilder. Let's show someone who's not that huge, like Frank Zane. We'll show someone who's not that huge. Oh. They're quite developed. That's not Zane, though. You can see even there, those Zanes are further down. You can see there, they're a bit further down. Like, and Zane's not that big of a guy. But you can see there, there's more body. Like, DSP's, like, further up here, bro. Like, even from the front, like, I know he's a bodybuilder, but look how his, like, pop out to the sides and insert, like, down here. That one, not quite, but, like, you can see. Yeah, see, even on that one, you can get a bit of a better sense. Look, it's like, it's closer down to his ankle, so there's more body. Like, DSP's is just, like, sort of pops there at the side. Like, it's kind of like, it's just, bro, I just don't really know what he's talking about. He carried a bit extra weight, he got a tiny bit extra volume to it, and he's like, I have enormous roided calves. He's so dumb, dude. Anyway.
All these years, 10 years, I'm like, oh, all I gotta do is get blackout curtains. I get them, and immediately I'm still hot. I'm like, well, what happened? Oh, because the blackout curtains are not going to stop the sun. Like,
oh, no, yeah, sorry, I was not showing.
All right, anyway, that's neither here nor there, but that's an update there. Okay, so, what's going on? Let's talk. Let's talk a little bit about yesterday, because yesterday was a great streaming day. First of all, I think it's sufficient to say, as you can see, these new goals that I have are working very well. And what I mean by that, the new goals is that...
Oh, yes, the new goals.
I'm counting super chats and I'm counting tips towards my stream goals. And it's working tremendously because now everyone could contribute. Either they could do a super chat or a super sticker, or they can tip it.
My arms! My legs! Each lies a bloody ruin!
We've hit it, and not even with like a problem. Just big.
My legs!
So I'm happy for that. Obviously, I hope we can do that again today. It's going to be harder today.
I could be a voice in Elden Ring, bro.
This is not gameplay day. It's a day when I'm doing all reacting content, and typically
I could be a voice in Elden Ring again. That'd be great
during a normal day. Especially because
you'd point a weapon at your own brother.
Cast here, then we head over to DSP React,
and I could have been Liquid Snake
clip show, and then tonight.
And I'd have been a great Liquid Snake. Okay. No. Come on, dude. Come on, dude. Come on, bro. I mean, I don't have exactly the hair for it, but come on now. I don't want to hear it. I really don't want to hear it. Liquids. Right. Where are we?
Auto separates pop. And that was the problem with the story. Was the story started out all right, but air circulation in here, that might help a lot. All right. Anyway, that's neither here nor there, but that's an update there. Okay. So what's going on? Let's talk.
Now,
Let's talk a little bit about yesterday.
now.
Streaming day. First of all, I think it's sufficient to say, as you can see, these new goals that I have are working very well. And what I mean by that, the new
DJ
goals,
Boy. Yeah, the new money system.
People on my streams for React Day, as I would do during a normal day.
My streams,
especially because it's pulled between different streams. You know, we do.
This is just so you can hit your little goal and say, "See, look, people love me. The trolls lose because you're that insecure about everything."
Head over to DSP Throwback for my retro React stream of Resident Evil 1.
But that's how obvious it is. Just so you know,
someone to not even know where I'm doing my stuff.
Just so you know, that's how obvious it is.
I'm hoping.
Bob Arctor, how you doing?
4 straight streams we've been hitting it. Let's actually do some preliminary shout outs, shall we? We have
preliminary shout outs.
$5 super chat and says
exactly, Mailman.
Thank you to Fart for that. I appreciate that. And then I received a $10 super chat from Donkey Nuts saying congratulations on winning the Hunger Games. I don't even know what that's a reference to. I'm sure it's something that goes right over my head, right? But thank you. You are the top super chatter of the day.
Okay, well, great. Wow.
So that gets us to $15 in contributions already. We just start, correct? That is awesome.
That's awesome.
So let's keep it going. Anything today, greatly appreciated.
Let's keep it going.
We've got 200 people on the stream. See what I mean? We only have 200 people on the podcast. I'm not shocked. It's React Day. On React Day, we always get less attendance. But with over 200 people and climbing, let's get 50 likes on the stream. Right now, we're at 28. Let's get it up to 50 likes, guys. If you're here, please click
yeah, like the stream. Go. Make sure you like my YouTube stream if you're watching it. Let's get up. Let's get them going. Let's get the tips in. I've got no gifted. I've got no gifted subscriptions yet on Twitch this month. Have I got any? I've only got 30 bits. Someone could be the new gold bit badge person. Who wants to get the gold bit badge and the gold gifter badge? Let's get it going. I'm sure. Who's it gonna be? We'll find out soon, I'm sure. I love it when he says that now. He literally says, who's gonna be the next top tipper? Like it's like join us after the break and we'll find out. Like there was a cliffhanger on a TV show. Who's gonna be the next top tipper? I don't know.
Abide by the slow mode rules.
It's so interesting,
right? And let's get our first tip of the day. Right now we got no tips. Let's get a tip going, and let's get you.
Let's get it going.
The top tip spot on the leaderboard. All right, let's get it all going today.
Yeah, let's get it going today. Come on, chat. Let's get it going. Give subs, cheer bits, get it going.
Right,
give
so
me money. So exciting, right? This isn't begging, by the way. If you don't know the difference between begging and me just going, yeah, give me money, but I'm happier about it, then you're fucking brain-dead, mouth-drooling morons, and I don't care about you, and your opinion means nothing. Or, like, is that sort of what he would say? That was basically it, wasn't it? You're all brain-dead, mouth-drooling morons, and I don't care, and your opinion means nothing, and I don't care about you. Blah, 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 something else that someone who super cared about something would say. Because they're, like, weird, and they can't really hide their annoyance at these things. Oh, shit. Just gotta kill this thing. I've really got to kill this thing. Help! Help! Okay, that's good. That's good. Native Mamba, hey Dan. Yeah, why would you? I mean, they obviously do, but like, literally someone tips, and then he says, right, and who's gonna get him off the top spot? Who's it gonna be? And he immediately says, someone can dethrone Dark whatever. Now, this is Neo 2 I'm playing. I might play that Black Myth Wukong as well.
From Supermassive Games.
But this is Neo 2.
The Dark Pictures Anthology, the makers of Until Dawn, and many other games as well. But it's a full-on crossover tie-in.
Buy-in?
Dead by Daylight. And it's interesting.
Yeah.
3 hours in, and let me tell you, The Quarry was terrible 2 years ago. That game was atrociously bad. This game actually has a well-written, interesting story. You're jumping between three time periods to try to get the full story of what happened with this guy, this supposed serial killer, Frank Stone. There's a supernatural twist and story in the behind the scenes of it that seems to tie in with the plot of Dead by Daylight. You got to cast the characters through different time periods, and that's interesting. You know, you're searching for hidden items. You can choose, you know, the way that the characters behave with each other, and apparently it'll change the outcome of the game later.
Whatever.
So all of it's pretty good. Like I have no complaints so far. I'm actually enjoying myself. I would say that the story's on pace or on par with some of the better Supermassive games previously. And that's really what it is. When you're playing these whole, like, choose your own adventure, murder mystery / horror games, you want a good story. Without a good story and good characters, you hate it. And that was the problem with The Quarry, was the story started out all right, but man, the characters were atrociously bad. So no one cared if they lived or died. Like, everyone was rooting for them to die because they're all obnoxious. In this game, it's the opposite. Like, the characters seem to be a little bit different with their personalities. Their little, you know, writing's definitely better this time around. So I'm actually, like, invested in these characters and what's going on and what's going to happen with this kid trying to make a movie and what happened really with this cop who supposedly took out the serial killer years before. Is the serial killer still alive? It's all very fascinating. I'm having a good time with the game a lot.
Oh yeah, fascinating, dude.
Again, this coming Wednesday, just so you guys know, okay?
Oh, just so you guys know, nice finger chew.
Good stuff. I'm excited for more. It went really well. You can watch the first 3 parts on the channel right now. Then last night, we returned to WWE Champions. For the first time, we played a weekend event. And what I mean by that is we were eligible to actually check out what was going on the weekend. On the weekends, you typically have the best loot in the game, plus you have tours and special events where you can earn big rewards. We actually did a lot in that regard last night. We did like a Ninja Turtles tour. We did a bunch of the event tours and earned a bunch of rewards for them. And we did a bunch of pulls. Why? Because I raised a ridiculous amount of support last night. $700.
Oh, wow. I raised it,
That's insane. I never have streams that high of support. And the fact that we got it for a WWE
Maybe you'll get another one today. It'd be great, right?
So we ended up doing a couple mega pulls. And
I ended up wasting a bunch of it.
Different, things in the game. The one downside is that the way they've built the game.
He's literally telling you I wasted it all on pulls in a gacha game.
All of the content you have to.
Am I willing to play with Frogger right now?
And earning factions.
What, at Street Fighter? Is he playing classic controls?
And you really need to be like.
Is he playing classic controls?
To the point where you can do the whole monthly event, which I can't. Like, I'm playing it once to twice a week. So I'm
Is he playing classic controls?
That I can't do anything right now with the leagues. I'm just completely frozen. So it is what it is. I can't really do much to speed up my progress.
I told you, that's the asking price. He has to play classic controls.
We basically had a situation.
He's not. He's playing modern.
That had happened earlier in the week. It happened again. It's just.
O's trying to instigate. I'm going to Frogger's stream right now. I'm going to Frogger's stream right now. We're going to have ya. I'm going in there right now. I'm grassing you up. I'm grassing him up. Look, he's there. I see him doing it already. Oh, bro. Is he playing Ken? Who's he playing as? We go after the adverts. Right.
Okay. So I like the suggestion. I think this is okay. You just have to get around. I like the suggestion.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
He's playing.
Am I willing to play
he's
classic
Ken now.
controls? Mark.
He has Ken as well.
I'll play classic controls. But you got to give me like 10
Some people in
minutes.
chat are saying stuff. Let's see. Lipsy says, what about uploading?
He wants 10 minutes and he's going to play classic controls. Is that what he said?
Shit!
If you're uploading the same clips to 2 channels, you're splitting the audience. You're never going to get the audience you need to get the clips channel.
The wall bounce Ryu combo.
That YouTube says
that same combo.
Upload the same clip to multiple channels. Like you can only have the video on one channel or something like that, right?
Okay. I've got to plug in the Xbox then. I've got to plug in the Xbox. Fuck, where did DSP go? Fuck's sake. I've got to plug in my Xbox then. If we're gonna have a bout against Frogger, Scrappy by the way, how you doing? If we're gonna have a bout against Frogger, I need to plug in the Xbox. And like I said, if we play classic and he beats me, fair play. And I'll sit here in 20 minutes and say Frogger beat me on classic. He's better than me. I don't give a fuck, bro. I don't give a fuck. I'll sit here and take it. He beat me on classic. But none of that. Press 1 button to do combos and press 2 to do your super. None of that.
To join. Let's get some gifted memberships.
Let's get some gifted memberships. Give me some money. Let's get the money going.
Right, as you know, we already played it. I already played it. Just not sure if I want to do this or not. I'm kind of like on.
I was playing Neo, bro.
If we don't do it, then we'll continue with Astrobot and the casting of Frank Stone. We'll try to wrap those games up.
I was playing Neo.
Extra time. We could always go back to something like the System Shock remake. We could maybe have time to try to wedge in Dead Rising remake, and then wait until the first major game of October, which is Silent Hill 2 remake. So I don't know. I don't know if I want to do it or not. Like I'm on the. I want your opinion. It's only Sunday. We have 4 days to figure this out if you guys want me to play the new Zelda game or not. So let's talk about it over the course of the week and try to figure that out. And then Thursday night will likely be either Street Fighter 6 or the Marvel vs. Capcom collection because I'm not here on Friday, so there's no Friday night fights. So it'll probably be, you know, whatever in play, one of those fighting games for Thursday night. And then there you go. That's the week. Okay, what a week. What an 8-day week. You know, today is day 4. But even after today, I got 4 more freaking streaming days to go. Okay.
Oh, fuck.
All right, there you go. And I'm excited for that. I hope you are too.
I'm excited for that. I hope you are as well.
What I should do, particularly regarding the Zelda game. Okay, cool. All right, so what we're going to do in just a moment, we're going to head over to the suggestion box. But before I do, let's take a look at how we're doing. 267 viewers. Hopefully we get around 300 at least. 49 likes, guys. We are 1 like away from 50.
All right.
Right now, click the like button on the stream. If you're sitting
nice
like
burp,
right
scumbag.
now, I am.
Right now,
all you
literally
gotta
in the
do is
camera.
Head forward and go like this.
Burps right
Touch
in the
button with your
camera.
nose and like the stream. And then don't even use your hands. That's too much effort. Use your nose like this. And just touch like on the stream. Well, guess what? A few people did that. A few people used their nose because now we're at 53 likes. Let's keep it going. Oh, now we're at 60 likes.
Let's keep it
of you
going.
Smashed your head. And it counted like 4 times.
I'd love to smash your head
There you
against
go.
the desk,
All right,
DSP.
we're at 60 likes.
That'd be
Fine.
brilliant.
Let's get that to 100 likes this morning, shall we? And guys, let's get some contributions in. We got those 2 super chats, but that's it. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some memberships, and let's get our first tip of the day. We got nothing right now.
We got nothing right now.
Tip a buck. Someone just tipped $20. I'm not even kidding you.
Oh,
A $20
Christ, how
tip.
cringe.
From Guitar Player, he says, how long is Warhammer Space Marines 2? The campaign is around 10 hours long. Around 10 hours. Now, I didn't have much difficulty with it because I played it on the standard difficulty. Okay, if you're playing it on the harder difficulty, it'll probably be a little bit longer than that. If you're playing co-op, I don't know if the game gets harder. Like, I was playing with 2 AI companions, but maybe if you're actually doing it with humans, the game ups the difficulty. I don't know. Some games do that. But the campaign itself is around 10 hours long. Then there's the online modes. There's PvE, where you team up with either, again, AI or humans. And during those missions, you're basically going through variations of the same maps from
the maps.
The actual game, like this campaign. And, wow, I can't type today. And it's kind of fun. I did 2 of those.
Let's see if I can get 2 drinks after that.
And those last about 30 to 45 minutes each, those missions. And there's 6 different ones to do there for now. And then there's PvP. And the PvP is not very good. All right? Not very good at all. The PvP has wonkiness where the characters don't move smooth. They're like teleporting around a little bit. And the time to kill is atrociously fast. Meaning, you'll see someone start shooting, then they just die. Someone sees you, they melee on you, you hit you once, you're dead. It's like, what is that? It doesn't feel good. Like, it doesn't feel like Gears of War or anything like that. It feels like it's really poorly executed. So I couldn't recommend the PvP. But all of the PvE stuff is good. The campaign's 10 hours. Then you got 6 of these extra missions that are around 45 minutes each. The more you grind in these missions, you unlock, you know, customizables for your armor. Colors, different armor pieces, different weapon customizations, and things like that. So there's definitely a lot of replayability in the game, especially if you have a group of people to play it with. If you're only looking to play it by yourself, about 10 hours for the campaign. You'll probably do some of the online co-op stuff, but I don't know how gripping it would be playing it without an established team. So cheers to you, Guitar Player, for the tip. I also just received a $1.25 tip from Spawn Killer. Why don't you see a poll to see if people want Zelda? Because polls aren't very effective. Usually when I do a poll, all of a sudden we'll have a massive influx of viewers because the trolls come in and try to skew a poll. I'd much rather talk it out with my live audience for a few minutes to get your different opinions and do it based off of that, off of the vibe that we're getting, rather than, oh, I just did a poll that everyone just skewed because they're assholes, right? That's why. Polls just don't seem to be very effective these days. Okay, so thank you for that. Now we're at $36 in tips. Guitar Player also re-upped his membership for 39 months. Thank you, Guitar Player, for that. And Genesis Gaming upping his membership for 31 months. Thank you for that, Genesis Gaming. And he says, getting closer and closer to the next tier of the member crown. I'm looking forward to the games coming out in October. What game are you looking forward to the most this month? In October, there's a lot, right? I think October is like stacked. Let me take a quick look. Obviously, I'm going to say off the top of my head the Silent Hill 2 remake. I think we've all wanted Silent Hill 2 content or Silent Hill content for so long, and we've been waiting so
Have
long.
I seen Froggers? I have. Do you know what? I was going to watch it on stream. I was going to watch it on stream. That fucking freaky cunt. That nasty cunt in that video. Ugh. You know what? We might watch that.
You know, I'm not sold on, but more and more people seem to be asking me to play it. There's the Quiet Place game on October 17th. I'm not so sure about that. Sonic X Shadow Generations looks promising since the Shadow portion's all brand new. Of course, Call of Duty Black Ops 6. I played the beta, and it was super good on my PC. It was running beautifully, and I was whooping everyone's ass with my Elite 2 controller. So I actually can't wait for the final game to come out to kick everyone's butt in that version. Even Life is Strange Double Expanse. It's probably going to be good. And then we got Dragon Age at the end of the month. So out of all of that, I'm probably going to say the Silent Hill 2 remake is really exciting for me because I love horror games. And then maybe second place would be a tie between Metaphor and Call of Duty Black Ops 6. But, you know, again, it's a stacked-ass month, so it's hard to really say, right? Okay. Genesis Gaming says, I'm looking forward to Dragon Ball Sparking Zero and Veilguard. Sounds good. Adam says, I'm excited for Life is Strange. Yeah, you know why I'm excited for Life is Strange? Can we be honest? They're going back to the original storyline with Max Caulfield or whatever her name is, who was a really good character in the original game. And that's who they should have kind of stuck with for the whole series instead of doing a sequel that sucked, and then a prequel that sucked, and then, you know, True Colors was good. Don't get me wrong. I actually did like True Colors. But we've been waiting to go back to the original character and find out what happened to her for so long. It's been like a decade, right? So finally we get to go back and continue that story, and that's good. So, okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, now, thank you for those early contributions. Let's keep it rolling. We're currently at 72 likes and counting. Let's get it up to 100 likes.
Let's get it up there. Let's get it going.
100 likes. Everyone, please click the like button. And let's get some more coming in with super chats and memberships, of which we have almost none. Let's go. Okay? All right. Let's now get to my next segment of the show, which is going to be the meat of the show, ladies and gentlemen. It's called Suggestion Box, and you probably don't know it exists because I never really mention it. Okay? And this is something that I set up from time to time. You guys can access it by typing !suggestion in the chat. It's been a running thread that we've had for 2 months. And what's funny is I put it up at the very end of July. Little did I know that in early August, everything was about to change. That I was about to start interacting with the guys from Kino Casino. We were going to have crossovers. We were going to have more people coming and watching my content than in the last 5 to 10 years. Positivity was coming my way. I was going to have a series of fun interviews and things. I had no idea any of this was happening. Okay? So what you're going to find if we go through the suggestion box, likely the majority of these are outdated. Now, some we might still get something useful from, and some might be just like,
down from the disposal and dented Dave, how you doing?
It's already old. So let's take a look. So starting with the very first suggestion from Tubs, Chained Together could be fun to play with Brian for variety. Well, as you know, we already played it. I already played it. Already did the co-op. The guys from Kino Casino, and it worked out well. You know, consider possibly doing it again if they want to continue on. When they get back, you know, I don't know when they're getting back, just like everyone. People thought they were coming back this weekend. Nope. Guys jumped the gun. They're probably going to be coming back soon, you would think. You know what? Here's what I think. I think they would be coming back for early October because that's their special event that they call Kino-Ween, where I guess they do all this Halloween-themed stuff all month long. So it only makes sense that they'd be coming back sometime in October, right? There you have it. Not that I know that. I don't know that. I'm just guessing, right? So anyway, so we did it. So thank you for the suggestion. Here, I'll give it a thumb up because we actually already did it. All right. Have you ever considered putting up a slide during your break?
Samurai Sansa, how you doing?
Ways to support instead of saying it. It wouldn't necessarily do the same thing, but it would be less intrusive. Well, here's the thing. During breaks, now
sorry, I'm
play
just practicing.
Clips, funny clips. These clips right
waiting
here.
for Frogger. We're gonna have a little fight against Frogger.
So it keeps the audience engaged and it keeps you guys excited rather than it being dead air or, you know, something that says on break. So I think that does a better job of audience engagement and retaining audience than if I just put up a slide that said, hey, send me money, right? I get what you're saying. What you're saying is if I'm not here to talk about it all the time, then people
I could cancel from that into the super.
Tribute. And then when I mention it, it's like, why does he keep mentioning it or something? I kind of get what you're saying.
I don't know if that's true, Draggers, but I mean...
but at the same time...
I mean, he said he's going to use Classic, which I don't think he normally does ever.
Maybe now we could do it, but imagine if I had done that 2 months ago and then everything changed, right? Because now we have different goals,
I don't know if he's ever tried to use Classic.
And everything, so it would have actually not...
I don't know if it's going to be a culture shock for him.
I didn't do that 2 months ago.
To be fair, I don't think I could switch to modern and use modern.
Contribute to the King's
I would just be like,
goal.
the fuck do I do?
Super stickers and tips all counted and much appreciated, right? And you know, be featured as the top.
Does he want to just use modern?
Of a stream.
I mean, he'll beat me, definitely, especially with Ken.
Shout out to Orcs or Dorks, who just is a 40-month member. Thank you so
How
much
about
for ongoing support.
how about if he uses classic, but I use Akuma? Because I don't know Akuma.
Yes, of course.
How about if I ask him, if I use Akuma instead? Because Akuma's not my main, and I don't know. Like, I know some of his moves, but I don't really know how to play him, like, at all.
Content by not insulting the people that you ban and simply continuing the game or the topic discussion. To get more done, you would probably come across as less bothered. People mess with you because they know you'll go on and on about how trolls are idiots. Sure, it might be true, but that's what they want to laugh at.
Get better at getting the super after that.
The stake conversation, the reactions to the trolls, what keeps them going. So you might be saying, what is the stake conversation? I don't even remember. I remember that was a dumb meme that the detractors latched onto. So allow me to focus on this for a second. Okay, here you go. I want you to think about this. My detractors.
Oh,
right?
God, here we go.
Like to hyper-focus
Ken's a grappler.
on one small piece of minutia. Okay? Like the smallest, tiniest piece of minutia from something. It's not significant. It doesn't have any bearing on my content or streams. It's not even anything important. But they hyper-fixate on one small, insignificant thing. Then they blow it up to be important when it's not. They repeat it over and over and over like a cult, ad nauseum. Until it becomes a groupthink mentality to say that thing over and over and over. And then to them, it becomes something of significance. It becomes like an empowering term for them. Like, oh, we all know what that is. We all know what the steak meme is. So we just say steak and it's funny. In reality, it's not funny. It's not intelligent. It's not even a real meme. It's that they're fucking brain dead, mentally stunted idiots. They actually just sit there and focusing on something that has no value. And they try to give it value like they're worshiping some kind of a fucking idol, like the golden calf or something. Like they think that's important. It's not. Only a moronic idiot would think it is. So that's why I don't give a fuck about their dumb memes.
Yeah, why is he so mad?
Like,
how'd he get to that?
It doesn't matter what I say or do.
Aloof one, not bad.
Like if I have absolutely nothing going on, there's no yelling at trolls today, everything's fine. They'll still find shit to talk about because that's what they do. They're completely nuts. Normal people don't act like that. Normal people don't hyperfixate and go crazy over tiny little things that have no meaning and then turn them into giant blown up things, you know, making mountains out of molehills. It doesn't make sense. Normal people don't have time for that shit. The fact that they even said anything about a steak, I don't even remember what that is. I think there was a stream where people were talking about steaks in my chat and I was upset because I was playing probably like Street Fighter and I was like, hey, why are you talking about
J-Dog, hey, Dan.
I'm playing Street Fighter. Why aren't we fucking talking about Street Fighter? Right? And that was like it. That was the extent of it. And then they turned that into like a meme. It's like, what is wrong with you? You're a loser. Right?
Oh, look at that.
So here's the thing. All right? My trolls have a way of trying to derail my content.
Oh, God. My trolls.
To try to derail the chat. They'll come in here with 20 sock accounts out of nowhere and they'll all start talking about bullshit that no one cares about. And then the normal people are in the chat looking around like, I want to talk about the stream, but I can't because these idiots are talking about bullshit. What is this nonsense? Right? So, it's like so dumb. And I don't want to entertain that shit. So I have the right to shut it down whenever I want, and I have the right to call a moron whenever the fuck I want. The fact is, the way you're talking, oh, well, you should just be completely not super nice to everyone because if you say something wrong, your trolls will emphasize it. My trolls will do that anyway. I could be the nicest guy on the planet. I could not swear. I could never say anything insulting to anyone, and they would still make the same exact content. Why the hell am I going to pussyfoot around and walk on eggshells because my detractors make videos? The detractors can lick my fucking turds. I don't care what they do. They're losers. They're never going to have a meaningful existence. They could all be flushed today, and the world would be a better place. So why do I give a fuck about what they say and do and how they react to what I do? No one does, and no one should. It's time.
I'm doing the react. I'm going to watch some of it.
Empowering my detractors.
We'll see how bad it gets.
Anything they do has any meaning or worth, you're an idiot. Get yourself checked in somewhere because you need the help. If you think that these moronic
get checked in, bro.
These insignificant pieces of human waste matter to me or anyone with a fucking brain between their two fucking ears. All right?
Yeah.
Cut the shit. Cut the duty. All right, let's
Yeah,
move on.
sure.
The next suggestion. Thumbs down for your horrible suggestion. Okay. You've gotten good at Street Fighter 6. I think it's time you entered an online tournament. You'll get tons of engagement. I don't really care about an online tournament because I'm not a competitive player. If I were someone who was looking to prove myself in a competitive space and say, hey, look, I'm good, and I want to, you know, have laurels. I want to have titles attributed to me in my online, you know, my gaming, then I would maybe do that. I don't give a shit about that. I play Street Fighter to have fun with it and to try to show if it's a good fighting game or not. I think sometimes it shows that it is, and sometimes it shows how bad it is. And I'm an honest person about it, and I tell the truth when I play. I don't lie or sugarcoat because I don't benefit.
Why is he having a real issue with classic controls?
FTC,
Is Frogger having a real?
Street Fighter 6 is the best fighting game ever. And they don't talk about any of
What do you mean he's
Well, then they better, because
struggling?
everyone watches
What do
more
you
of these
mean
videos,
he's
and more friends, they
struggling?
make
What's
more
the
money. There's
problem?
more sponsorships. There's more.
Well, he can't. What's the problem? Is that with classic controls, he can't fucking do anything. Probably. Yeah, he can kick. Listen, he can kick. More than welcome to use modern and kick the shit out of me. Okay, he's mod. Okay, then he can use modern. Okay, he's allowed to use modern, but let it be known that he had to go back to modern. Okay, that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. I'm ready though. He can use modern. He can use modern, Ken. I will be a good sport. I'll be a good sport. I'm waiting though.
Still here? This is the last chance.
But he can just join the room, I think. He should be set to find. Hang on. Let me try and invite him. If he's ready, I'll find him. He should just be able to, I'll be able to send him an invite, I think. What's invite? No. 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 Yeah. I'm ready. He can use modern. I'm allowing modern, okay? I'm allowing it. For the sake of having a nice little, it's only be a short bout, yeah? Just a short bout. But I will allow it, okay? I am a good sport.
Here comes a new challenger.
All right. Modern Ken. Modern Ken. I'm going to say it one more time. Modern Ken. What's he doing? Out. Out. I mean, he anti-aired me really well. He anti-aired me really well. We're warming up. Ah, I've missed my fucking... Nice. Oh, god damn it. Alright, let's go again. He's saying he what? God damn it. Shit! I did my wrong super. We did the install super. Whoops. He's disgusted that he's making you fight modern. I'm not using modern. No. No. See? That's what I'm talking about! Do you know how easy he did that combo? Do you know how easy that was for him? Oh, I can like get under them. Oh! Exactly! Oh! Nice drive rush. Oh. Oh, nice. Shit. They're back. Alright, nice. Can we go again? We go one more time. Oh, it's only 2 and 1 and done. Oh, we go again. We go one more time. No, come back. No, one more. Let's do one more. Right, Drake. Oh, he's using Luke. All right, hang on, hang on. Hang on. How do I... Where's the options? There we go. Alright. 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 King J Hags, how you doing? Alright, we're trying to use Akuma. I've never fought another human with Akuma yet, so this would be good. Just turns his head. Yeah, let's go.
bro. What the fuck?
Right, close. I'm just fighting Frogger. Me and Frogger are doing like a friendly bout. Right. Alright, close. No, I'm not putting him in his place. We were, to be honest, my main thing was modern versus classic controls. That was my main beef. And to be honest, I feel vindicated. Because Frogger couldn't use classic controls. He had to go modern. Oh, I'm trying to get him, dude. Ah. Alright, not bad. Need to get better at that move. I was on the wrong side, really. Because I kind of suck that way. Shit. Close. I think it was the health, the 10. I think it was my health. I think when I was trying it, I didn't have 25%. Got him, bro. Oh god. I'm so childish, dude. Bro. I'm so childish, dude. Dude. Help! Help! Oh! Nice anti-air. Oh. For fuck's sake. Oh, nice. Oh, wait, I spun the super. That was pretty cheeky. Alright, nice. Close. Oh, that was so good, dude. That was so good. Yeah, that was not bad. I like Akuma, bro. I like Akuma, dude. He's fun. Alright, we're gonna go into... Hang on, let's go say well done to Frogger. Oh, he wants to go one more. He wants to go again. He wants to go one more, I think. Oh, he's going Ryu. Okay, he's gonna go one more. We do Akuma again. We do one more. I think you should be an Akuma main. I gotta learn him better first. He's fun, dude. Oh, we got a diamond Ryu. Check out Frogger, dude. Oh. Ah, shit. Look at this modern shit. Oh. Oh, he goes through that. Alright. Better than DSP. It is kind of better, yeah. It's a high block. Oh shit, I don't like how it goes through that. I don't like how it goes through that. Oh, fuck. I went to like parry and didn't do it in time. One more, let's go. Oh. Oh shit. How did he? Oh, it was EX. I need to like learn Akuma's like punishes and shit. Like actually learn some actual damage with him. Okay, that was luck, but I'll take it. That was luck doing the dragon, like the fireball that way, but whatever. Oh no, he's going to use a level 1 or level 2 if that's Ryu's level 2. Ah, oh, shit.
Ryu wins.
I mean, yeah, that was it. Excellent matches, but still modern. But excellent matches all round. I'll be honest. That was much fun. That was much fun. We should go. He should learn classic, and we should go again. He should try and learn classic, and we should go again. That's what he should do. He should try and learn classic, and we should go again. That's what we should do. He should do classic, and I should do modern. Now we ain't doing that. That was good. That was excellent. I thoroughly enjoyed that. Next time beat O on stream. Yeah, he doesn't even play this. He's the one who instigated this, okay? He's the one who instigated this, Frog, and he don't even play it, bruv. He don't even play it.
Honest about the game shortcoming.
But thank you very much for that interlude, Frogman. Go and follow him. YouTube,
So
Twitch,
you're never gonna be honest.
Drawn Frogger. Go and follow that bitch.
If I play in an online tournament,
Now,
I don't care if I win or lose.
he's a great guy.
It's not that serious to me. I don't give a fuck. Right? I'll try. But if I lose, I don't care.
Go and follow him
So
right now.
Why am I going to participate in
You
something
can't
that
run
I
it,
don't
bro.
care
You
about
can
the
run
outcome?
it.
Likely the online tournament
When-
is not going to be
when
scheduled
fucking-
exclusively during the times
When Tevin fought DSP in Street Fighter 5, when I first saw the video of it, he had to run it on like some super low powered laptop, and it looked so sus. I thought it was Street Fighter 4. I was like, what game is that? Versus just seeing people play it. It's like he won as Alex, I think. Or was it Fang? I think it's Alex. But yeah, I was like, what game is that? Oh.
So now I have to change
Right, I'm
my
going to go and plug
schedule
PlayStation
around
back in so I can
just
play
to
Neo again.
participate
That was
in
excellent.
an online tournament that I don't give a crap about, right? Recently, someone actually reached out to me. There's local events in my area, and someone reached out to me and said they'd really like to have me attend an in-person tournament for Street Fighter 6. This is in the last month. And I talked to them. I was like, I just want you to understand, I'm not interested. It has nothing to do with you. I don't care about being good at Street Fighter 6. Like, I don't want to be a tournament player. I like covering it the way that I am. And they're like, yeah, but you'll get your old school vibes back, and you'll get some hype back, and people will talk about it. I was like, yeah, but you don't understand. Number one, I don't care about if I win or lose. Number two, I've never even played this game offline. Chances are, the worst scrub at your event might whoop my ass because I've never played it without latency. You know? So I might literally just get my ass handed to me by every scrub because they've been playing offline and I haven't. Why am I going to take time out of my life to drive to your event, try to play it in person, and then possibly lose and get my ass handed to me when I don't care about the outcome regardless? It's just all a waste of time. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't really give a shit. Just being honest. You know, I think it would take too much time and effort to be trying to do an online tournament for something that I don't care about the competitive outcome of. Game Boy,
Dice, how you
what's going
doing?
on? He's not here, but he actually did a suggestion 2 months ago. Let's see what he said. Consider putting the podcast
God.
and daily rap on a
Someone
different
click
channel.
that.
Maybe even a new one. It seems like the podcast and the stream that follows are usually two distinct different things. It might be worthwhile to split those up, but honestly,
Right.
I'm not sure what the net benefit would be aside from optimizing the way your content is organized. Just something I thought I would mention. There is a reply. I'm just curious. A year ago, I think this would have been a solid idea. However, YouTube now separates podcasts into their own category on the channel under the podcast tab. If he or his editors or another third party wanted to eclipse channel for his podcast, that would make sense, being on a separate channel, though. I feel that would make the 1.5 hour long podcast more digestible and appeal to a new audience who likes to watch 3 to 5 minute clips. It should be somewhat easy to do since there are timestamps to various topics for his podcast now. That's right. Now, here's the thing. All of this stuff has kind of happened, but not really fully happened.
Rocket Man, how you doing?
Okay. So,
Scrappy, I see
number
you.
one, my podcast is here every day in the morning, right?
Every day.
Right before I do a gameplay session. Okay? It is separate from the rest
Session.
of it. That's correct. It almost feels like I'm doing 2 separate streams. In reality, I am. I'm doing 2 completely different kinds of content. This podcast actually began back in the day, not as a podcast, but as a pre-stream.
It's not a podcast,
where I
dude.
would just talk with my audience for like
It's not a
30 minutes
podcast, bro.
before we got to gameplay. What ended up happening
Don't-
is people liked
don't
it more and
even
more. They
try.
wanted to hear about my schedule. They wanted to do Q&A. And as that evolved, the idea was
Wow.
to make it a formal podcast so that way people won't complain that the pre-stream's too long, right?
Shut up,
So that's what
DSP,
we've
man.
done. And quite honestly, I'm glad we did that.
Nice
because
burp,
some days
dude.
The podcast
Excuse
actually
me.
garners more attention and more engagement and more support than the game I'm playing. What's happening is, over time, I'm changing myself from being the guy who plays games to,
Oh, yeah,
DSP is
over
that
time,
guy who does all kinds of
what does he
content.
say?
He's a
What does he
podcaster,
always
he's a
say?
gamer, he does interviews.
I'm diversifying my
all this stuff.
content.
And that's good. That's what I've always wanted. I wanted to diversify because I knew as I got older,
Yeah, diversify.
every day,
Diversification?
that wasn't going to last, right? So that's excellent that this is happening.
Excellent.
Okay? But the idea that I should have a separate channel for it, it both works and it doesn't
Cookie,
work,
I see you.
Here's why it would work. Because you're absolutely right. Separating the podcast out from the gameplay.
Meanwhile, I
means
see
that
you.
You know exactly where to go to watch the podcast and to get the information about it, and it doesn't get hampered down or lost in the shuffle of a bunch of uploads every day. This channel has a ton of uploads every day. You've got the podcast. You've got gameplay videos. You've got the daily wrap. And now you've got highlights, which we're going to talk about in
Yeah,
a
Dice has learned the ways of DSP.
so, with all of that, it may be hard to sift through. However, OP Boone has a point. Now, YouTube auto-separates podcasts. Right now, you can just go to the podcast tab of this channel to check out all of the podcasts and play them all in order. If you're a YouTube Premium subscriber, you get YouTube Music for free. And on YouTube Music, you can subscribe to podcasts just as if you had Spotify or iTunes or whatever, and you can get the podcast delivered to you daily. So you don't even have to do any work. You don't have to worry about, oh no, the channel's flooded with content. You can just subscribe and get it delivered every day like clockwork. And I believe that this channel has several different podcasts. I think that one is the Level 1 podcast.
It's not a podcast. Jack Skellington, how you doing?
I'm going to click on it right
The
now.
Level 1 podcast.
Yep, there's the Daily Wrap and there's the Level 1 podcast. There's also Ask the King. But
The Level 1
that's outdated
podcast.
because I don't do it anymore. There's also some of the DSP React videos that I did on this channel for a while. But then I moved them over to the DSP React channel. So there's only like 19 of those. And then there's all of the pre-stream archives that lasted from like August 2015 until I turned this into the Level 1 podcast. That's almost 2,000 videos. So that's what's separated, okay? But yeah, you
Separated.
can watch that in podcast delivery form right now on this channel just by going to the podcast tab. That's how it works on YouTube now. So, yeah, like definitely check it out that way, all right? Now, clips and highlights I'm doing. I'm doing it every day now. That was a great suggestion by everyone saying, hey, can you have someone clip it out or do highlights? And I do that now. Anything that I feel is the most important piece of content, I'm purposefully separating it. So that way you can actually get it in a deliverable fashion. For example, yesterday I broke out the fact.
Why is there
that
a
I'm going
muscular
to be
man
on
screaming?
This cultaholic show.
Yeah, yeah,
This coming
exactly.
Wednesday. I also highlighted.
I use it for the anger.
Champions where there was the glitch where the guy got all deformed, right?
I use it for how angry they
Days
make me.
ago,
The anger spurns
highlighted
me on to lift heavier.
The fact that I own the rights to
Oh,
the
bro, this
Philadelphia
charge
logo, I
attack
did
this
everything
enemy
to
does is
qualify to be able to
cringe.
use them for commercial
He
purposes.
just busts into it.
And I proved that everything my detractors were saying was literally a lie because they're a bunch of disingenuous, dishonest pieces of human feces.
Okay.
Who just want to make shit up.
Okay, how hard do you want to go, DSP? That's super weird,
And every
dude.
day I do this, right? And I do these highlights, and people love them. Sometimes the highlights are the most viewed content on the channel. They get more views than the podcast itself. They get more views than the gameplay I do that day. So the highlights are working tremendously, okay? Now, the highlights are all in one playlist. All you got to do is follow this one DSP highlights playlist, and you'll get all the important stuff from the channel in that highlights playlist every day. So I suggest that you keep an eye on that one. I don't know if you can subscribe to a certain playlist or whatever, but definitely keep an eye. That's what you want to follow. Now, the one suggestion that is not being followed through here is making a new channel. All right? Now, here's the thing. I fully admit, if I did a DSP Clips channel, all right?
Oh, I was close, dude.
If I did a DSP highlights, you know, and it could be both from the podcast.
Right, hang on. Rydrake plays as well.
People would just subscribe to the channel.
So
right?
Rydrake's another
And they
modern
would know
player. Where were you,
who's on.
Rydrake? I didn't see you trying to jump in.
If they want the
I said the same challenge to you. If you beat me with classic controls, I'll bow down. But if you don't,
raw gameplay and stuff, come to DSP Gaming. If you just want the clips, go to the Clips channel. But here's the problem.
this is the issue.
YouTube has ridiculous criteria for how you can qualify.
I can't. No more
monetize
Street
a
Fighter
channel.
6. Maybe
So
later.
right now, if I created a brand new channel from nothing,
I can make Neo
and I
bigger
had
for you.
DSP Clips. DSP
Now,
Clips
guys,
it. That's probably what I would call it.
8-bit or
DSP
bust, eh,
Clips
dude?
it, and I'd even do an intro like that. I'd do, DSP Clips it, DSP Clips it, and I, you know. what I
That's
used to do with
fucking
DSP
cringe.
Tries It, right? That would be awesome. But here's the problem.
No, it wouldn't.
You need a certain amount of subscribers,
No, it
thousands
wouldn't.
of them. Okay? You need a certain amount of watch hours, tons of it. To give you some perspective here.
Oh, yeah.
Earlier this year,
Give me perspective.
I wanted to rebrand my old KO Gaming channel
Give me perspective.
as DSP Throwback. Okay? And it took over a month, roughly, just about a month, of people going to the channel and watching the content I was putting up on it for it to qualify for the partner program. But it also had pre-installed subscribers from when the channel had been KO Gaming. It had tens of thousands of subscribers. I'm trying to remember, actually, how many subscribers the channel has. It already has 22,000 subscribers, and I think when I started, it was like 18,000. So it got like 4,000 new subscribers since I started working with the channel, but it was already there. You understand? It was like no work. It was already there. Now imagine me doing a channel from scratch. DSP clips it, right? And this channel is getting all my attention because, as I said, on certain days, the clips on my YouTube, my DSP gaming channel get more views than all the other content on the channel, right? So imagine now everyone stops watching content on DSP gaming because they go to watch the clips only on the DSP Clips It channel, but the channel's not monetized yet because I have to get a certain amount of subscribers, a certain amount of
Oh
viewers,
my God, all he's
of
thinking about is
hours
money.
watched in order to qualify it.
Candy Moon, how you
for the partner
doing?
program. So now I'm
All
working my
he's
ass off
thinking
on
about
this
is
channel,
money.
doing
I
clips
love
for
it.
I'm making no money on it. In the meantime, I'm losing money on DSP Gaming because people aren't watching DSP Gaming. They're just watching the Clips channel. Do you see how this is shooting myself in the foot? Like, if I were a giant YouTuber and immediately I could open any YouTube channel and I could get 40,000 subscribers and I could be bringing in 10,000 views a day on that channel.
Money.
This would work. But the problem is I'm not a big guy.
Bro,
Small
King
guy,
J Hags
small
with the
time
year
YouTuber.
resub.
Sorry. I know a lot of people are like, you're not small. I am a small time guy. I get big time.
King J Hags with the year resub. Thank you for the ongoing positivity. King J Hags. TSP is the manu. Yeah, he is.
Time support.
Money,
but I
money,
am
money.
A small-time guy. You have to accept this, okay? I don't have the flexibility to just open a new channel that overnight can get monetized. It would likely take me months to get a Clips channel monetized.
Oh, yeah.
In which case, for 3 months, I'm just going to have a big dip in my income to set up a separate channel. I don't think so. Now, here's the thing. Long term, perhaps it'll work. Let's give it some time. This channel is seeing growth.
Oh,
I
yeah?
am getting more viewers, more subscribers, more support. Let's
More
see
money.
what happens. Let's ride this out. I actually like the idea of a Clips channel. An official Clips channel from me. Official Clips. That's the
Made
highlight
from
you watch
recycled
today.
old
Makes
model
sense.
plastic. Oh,
I
yeah,
actually
reanimated.
really like the idea. And quite frankly,
Color scheme,
with the whole
obviously,
DSP throwback
I
idea,
enjoyed very
the
much.
idea for
It
DSP
looked quite
throwback
cool as
is
well.
to get
Very
all
sharp
of
and
the
edgy.
flavors
I liked it,
that have
dude.
been missing from the internet, remastered for a modern audience so you can watch them for posterity purposes.
Posterity.
We're almost done with that. Okay? We have the rest of Red Dead Redemption Undead Nightmare. We have a few like lost clips, lost playthroughs, and some travel vlogs and things. Once that's up, I
Black
pretty
and
much
purple, I'm
archived
here
all
for
the
it.
Stuff that was missing, and the only stuff left to do on
I am
the
here
throwback
for it.
channel would be playthroughs that never have been in their entirety because of copyright issues. For example, one of the playthroughs we're currently doing on this channel,
Bro, King J Hags gifted.
Vice City.
And
The reason
and
we're doing it is because the original Vice City play.
I have received a gifted sub from King J Hags, and let's put him on the leaderboard, number 1. Now, who's gonna be the one to dethrone King J Hags and get him off the leaderboard, even though he literally just gifted a sub to Blackmage6652? Who's gonna be the one to get him? It just take 2 gifted subs. All it'll take is 2 gifted subs, and he'll be off the leaderboard. So who's it gonna be? Let's find out. Come on, guys, let's get it going. Let's get the momentum going. This isn't begging, by the way. This isn't begging. This is hyping up your stream and being positive about contributions. This is hyping up your stream, okay? Hyping up your stream. This isn't e-begging. You posted a green one. I've got to check on here. Yeah, I'm just hyping up the stream. ReeedACKted posts like Gundam kits and shit. Oh, yeah, the green one's nice. But it's not as good as this one, dude. This pink one is the shit. This is like one of the favourite ones that you've shown me that I've seen. Yeah, look at that. Look at the colour scheme, bro. Look at the colour scheme on that. Yeah, that's the shit. Who's it gonna be? 2 big bills. My 2 big bills come due. And he said, this is... The funniest thing is, he said, this is e-begging. And then he proceeded to do what he has been doing for the last 16 years, bar the last couple of months since he's met Kino Casino. So he said, this is e-begging. And proceeded to do what he's been doing. like, after years of saying, I don't e-beg, he said, this is e-begging, and just did what he does for 16 years, which is e-begging. Help? Help, DSP?
Playthrough was destroyed by the music. YouTube just edited and blocked a whole ton of videos
Edited.
with music in it. So once those kind of projects are done,
Oh, let's blast this
all
thing.
right, it may be that I have my editors kind of freed up to do more
My
work. And not have
editors.
to worry about this channel anymore. And this channel could just be a channel we go to once a week to do retro
Ow.
replay, and that's it. And then maybe we could do a clips channel, and every day they could go through and find some highlights and put it on the channel. And it's not so much more work for me. Right now, it's a lot of extra work for me to be clipping a few things a day and getting them on DSP Gaming. Maybe I could actually have the editors work on that instead.
So much work,
I think,
bro.
honestly, the clip stuff would be more meaningful at this point.
It's so much
The problem
work.
is, I'm in the midst of the throwback project. I'm not just going to dump it right in the middle of doing it. I want to preserve my work. We still have Undead
Preserve
Nightmare,
my
small things,
work.
and I would say the Grand Theft Auto playthroughs. Those are like the essential ones. And after that, maybe we alleviate the workload on DSP Throwback to start working full-time on a Clips channel. Okay? So I like the suggestion. I think the suggestion is very sound. This is a good one. Game Boy, this was an absolutely great suggestion. And of course, OP Boone's response also was great. I'm already doing this. I'm already clipping, and I already have all my podcasts separated into a formal playlist. However, the idea of a channel where it's like a clips and highlights channel is a great idea, and I think I may implement that long term. We just have to get around.
That's good of you.
You know what I'm saying? So there you go. It's an issue of how can I pull it off, right? Right now, I can't build.
How can I? No, it's an issue of how can I make money out of it.
Shot in the foot of I'm killing myself on income, you know?
It's an
Some
issue
people
of how can I
saying
make
stuff,
money
let's
out
see.
of it.
Flipsy says, what about uploading to both channels the same clips? Well, that's awful. All you're doing then is you're splitting the audience. You want people to check it out on the clips channel so eventually you can monetize it. If you're uploading the same clips to two channels, you're splitting the audience. You're never going to get the audience you need to get the clips channel monetized. Plus, I'm almost positive that YouTube says you're not supposed to upload the same clip to multiple channels. Like, you can only have the video on one channel or something like that, right? I'm not going to Twitch Blackjack yet. I don't know what you're talking about. Why we're talking about Twitch. That makes no sense. Okay. All right. Anyway, guys, hold on. So let's take a look at how we're doing before we continue with the suggestion box. We have 330 viewers. Thanks for that. And we have 87 likes, guys. Let's get some likes. Let's get it up to 100 likes for the podcast. We're 87. We're only a few away. If you're here chilling, you're enjoying me going through the suggestion box, you're having a good time on the first day of autumn here on DSP Gaming, please click the like button. That engages.
Yeah, hit the like button.
Super chats and memberships have been stagnant since the beginning of the show. Let's get something going there. Someone, you can super chat.
Let's get something going there.
Goal now. All right. So let's get some super chats. Let's get some memberships. We have no memberships at all since the show started.
This
Let's
isn't
get someone
e-begging,
join.
by
Let's
the
get
way.
some gifted memberships for all these poor gray names in
This,
the chat.
just so you all
Let's
know,
get
this
some
isn't
members
e-begging.
up. All right. And I have some shout outs to do. All right. Let's take a quick look here. Wow, listen to this. This person says, I can read this out live if I wish. It's at my discretion. So let me skim through what they're saying.
What?
This is pretty good. What he's saying is actually legitimately great. But at the same time, to read it out, I think he understands why. Basically, it kind of would be like self-sabotaging. All right? So all I'm going to say, this is, listen to this, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready? I received, get ready for this, a $100 tip from I'm Troublesome. Thank you so much to I'm Troublesome for a $100 tip here on the podcast this morning. For the first day of autumn, we're making it rain. The king's coffers are being filled. And I'm Troublesome is the man. And the top contributor.
Look how
today.
happy
Allow me
he
to do the
is.
happy dance before, before we're done here. It's good stuff. Thank you so much to
He's not
I'm
he's
Troublesome
not
for
a
an
like a
incredibly
clown, by the
generous
way.
$100 tip. And they made a great observation. But the bottom line is, the observation is so good and clever that I don't want to read it out publicly, and that's why they actually said at the beginning of their comment, maybe you don't want to read this out, and I agree with you. So thank you, I'm Troublesome. Now all of you can try to
Oh my
speculate
God,
and
how
figure out
cringe.
what it is that I'm Troublesome said. But that is amazing. We're now skyrocketing to $136 in contributions. We are getting there. We're almost there already, and we're just in the early stages of the podcast. So that is absolutely amazing. Okay? So, I
JD,
received
John, how you
$8.25
doing?
tip. Why do people criticize you over the snorting?
Because he cannot do
People
it.
do not criticize me over the snorting. Human pieces of fecal matter say stuff about my snorting
Okay.
as a schoolyard insult. That's all it is. They want
Okay.
to bully me, and they think that saying that I snore.
How many
is like a way
shit
to
references
bully
have
me
we
about
had
a
today?
shortcoming. It would be the same thing as if I were like in a
Evil
wheelchair,
Dare, Hayden.
and they said that I'm a wheelchair person, or if I don't know, if I had like a big blemish on my head, they would make fun of the blemish, because that's how they are. They hone in on a shortcoming, and then they act like it's your fault, and they make fun of you for it. It literally is schoolyard bullying. So I have post-nasal
No, that's
post-nasal
not
drip
exactly
is a
what they're
condition where in
doing. It's
certain
mainly because you
circumstances,
can
like certain
control it.
temperatures, certain situations where it's either moist or dry
And you
air,
burp and
or
shit like
sometimes
right
just
into
if
the
I breathe a
mic, and it's
certain
just
way,
kind of disgusting.
I'll have disgusting phlegm and snot dripping down the back of my throat. It's not up here, so if I use decongestant, it doesn't help. It just pours down the back of my throat. And those days I have to constantly clear my throat, snort up here so that I'm not coughing. I literally wouldn't be able to sit here and talk with you if I didn't do it. So there's some days that I have to do it over and over, and it's absolutely disgusting. But it's been since day one that I made content for YouTube, I've been doing it because I've had it my whole life. This is not, it magically just happened one day. I've had it my whole life. You can hear it in all of my original videos from back in the day, 16 years ago. But the detractors act like it's something that's like, I actively choose to do it. I kid you not.
I mean, you do.
They'll say things like, today I haven't snorted yet, right? Why is it that you only have to snort certain days, Phil? Isn't that kind of funny? No, it's because it's based on things like air quality.
Air is based on air.
Temperature. Again, moisture.
Yeah.
All kinds of factors. Right now, I'm
yeah?
out here with air conditioning on. So the fresh air that comes in through the window is actually better for me. And it makes it so that the post-nasal drip's not as bad. If I'm in air conditioning, it actually affects me worse. And sometimes I have worse days because of it. But this is like common sense stuff for smart people. But my detractors aren't smart. So they literally
Yeah, it's
make
because
up
they're not
conspiracies
smart,
that,
dude.
like, I do it on purpose and shit. And you see that? He's a pig. Phil's a pig, so he snorts like a pig. I'm not kidding you. This is what they say.
Yeah,
These people are not smart at all. Again, they hyperfixate on one piece of
they're not smart, dude.
that has nothing to do with anything. It's not like the majority of my content I'm sitting here snorting. Far from it. But they focus in on the few times that I've had bad days having to do it because of a medical condition.
I mean, people just talk about it, really. It's not they talk about it a lot.
On a steak.
People just say, it's disgusting when you snort. Like, really, that's all that happens.
You know what I mean? Like, I could keep going. The things they hyperfixate on. And, I think you could see the running pattern there of them hyperfixating, which is nuts. That's not normal human thinking.
Oh, yeah, it's not normal. Bro, how many times you brought this up today? The detractors.
But to act like it's a groupthink popular thing and then all go, we know the meme, we know the meme. It's like, dude, you're unhinged.
Yeah.
You act like you're crazy.
What?
So there's your answer.
There's your answer. Another rant.
Who did a $5 super chat.
Another rant about people that aren't here.
I've only seen one full playthrough of yours this year. And Street Fighter 6 and your variety content are what keep me coming back. I'm glad to hear that. Because again, that is the idea. I know for a fact.
Yeah, he's got to make up for the champions yesterday.
The same song and dance forever. As much as I love video games and being a lifelong gamer, and I'm gonna be a lifelong gamer. Don't worry, I'm never gonna just give that up.
Don't worry.
But I know that that's not gonna maintain me. I have to do different things. I have to become a podcaster, covering topics, covering some drama, doing crossovers, doing interviews. I have to branch out. I can't just be the same stagnant thing forever. And I'm happy that now I've given a chance to do that, and now it's working. So I'm glad that you're here to enjoy all the content.
Great. Paste autism, yeah.
And then Alan Fight did a second $5 super chat. No, excuse me.
Wasn't he supposed to be reading the tip message?
It's so cool that super chats and tips are combined now. I agree.
He said
literally
there was the
never
one
done
he
that
didn't
before,
want to
and now I'm
read.
doing it. And it's working. Trust me, it's working. People are happy because they.
The other one was
see
just
the
he read it
contributions
once,
out,
but
and
then it
now
just
they
sent
can
him into a
You
spiral.
could be the top super chatter if you do an $11 super chat right now. You'll be on the leaderboard.
Well,
You
great
have
beg.
you have the chance to be recognized now. When previously you do a super chat and immediately your super chat would disappear because someone else super chatted, so you'd be right off the leaderboard again.
But you're
Well, now
telling
you know
them to
you're the top
do
super
that.
chatter, you're going to get that recognition as if you were the top tipper too, right? By the way, guys, thank you.
But as soon as they get that recognition, you tell someone else to beat them.
And it helps so much. Thank you for 100 likes on the podcast this morning. With over 300 viewers, let's get it to 150 likes, guys.
Is he
Let's do it.
insane?
If you like this content, you enjoy the podcast, please give it a like.
Oh, yeah.
All right, now I think it's time. Let's head back over
Rhyme.
to the suggestions, right? Let's do that. Here we go.
Let's do that. Yeah.
How about the GOG Resident Evil series for PC? A good old throwback is always fun. Or how about a reaction to your Life is Strange playthrough on DSP Reacts before the release of the new Life is Strange? Now that you can buy them on GOG, you can play the Seamless HD project for 1, 2, and 3. Before, there would have been legality issues if you didn't own the games. Perfect use of the mini PC. Only thing is the installation is a bit finicky, but there are guides online to help with it. Well, want to talk about how things have changed? I own every single Resident Evil game on PC. There was a Humble Bundle last month, or early this month, that went on sale. Someone keyed me in about it on stream. I went and checked it out live, and lo and behold, it was there. It was like 40, 50 bucks, I think. No, it was 30 bucks, but I donated 50 because that way more money would go to charity. And we got the whole bundle. I have every single Resident Evil game on PC now. So whenever we want to jump back into Resident Evil on PC with better graphics and stuff, we can.
Okay.
We're free to do that whenever it makes
So
sense.
glad.
Okay.
Too much of the guy today.
Cool.
That can happen.
Monty Mole says it didn't include
Too
Resident
much
Evil
of the
4
guy
remake. Yeah,
is
but I
a
just
real
played that,
thing.
so why would I want to play that, right? Stalking Tiger reduced the podcast down to 30 minutes or 60 minutes top. Playing a video game is much more riveting content. Okay, first of all, we already know that that's not the case for everyone. Like, literally. And keep in mind, this was 2 months ago. This was before my resurgence, before I started doing new kinds of content on this show, right? Where we're doing all this stuff now. We're
Right.
reacting to content. We have interview guests and all that. So I kind of get it. If it's just me sitting here gabbing for 2 hours, that's not riveting for some people. But a lot of people have been saying the podcast now is the best part of the content I'm making. That they like the podcast more than the gameplay, right? And now the clips of the podcast are doing better than all the content on the channel. So I would argue Stalking Tiger was correct 2 months ago when they posted this comment. But I feel like now it's actually completely false. And I would be curious if Stalking Tiger would follow up on this comment.
Oh, yeah. Please follow up.
Reduce React Sundays to once a month. Again, video game playing is much more interesting to watch or have in the background to listen to while doing tasks like lawn mowing or driving a truck. I can't reduce React Sundays to once a month. I have people who pledge as members to that channel. That's why that channel is viable. Like, no exaggeration.
Right.
Okay? The reason that the DSP Reacts channel makes sense
Oh,
for
my
me to do
lords.
is because I have so many members that I make money on it doing it once a week. If I reduced it to once a month, no one would become a member and pay to have a video watched only once a month.
That's a good thing.
So I would have no reason to even do
Charity in
channeling.
public, yeah,
It would
very
become
un-Catholic of
defunct.
him.
It would become not even worth, running. So it has to be weekly, okay? Being weekly, it actually is pretty profitable. I would argue that the one stream a month that I'm doing on DSP Reacts for the amount of members I have on the channel is a pretty profitable stream. So no complaints there, okay?
Oh, good.
Stop
Great.
temperate opponents to Street Fighter
I'm
6
glad.
and
I'm
anger
glad
people
they all
for
know
viewers.
you're making a profit.
I think the thing is people
Oh,
take it
shit.
too seriously. They don't
At least they know
understand
what's
what I've
important,
literally
right?
done since day one with fighting games online. If you go back to my old fighting
At least
game
they know
content,
what's
it's exactly
important.
the same. It's never changed. That has always been the way that I portray myself playing fighting games, right? I'm better than everyone
Right.
else. I make no mistakes. The game sucks online. It's always the netcode.
Right.
People who beat me are always cheating. They're pieces of shit. How dare they?
It's
act
not a
like that?
portrayal, dude.
If you take it seriously, like seriously, do I have to like preface my fighting game streams and say this is kind of a joke? Don't take it seriously. Do you really?
No, it's not.
Think about this. Do you really think that because someone is playing a pattern with Cammy in Street Fighter 6 that I actually hate them in real life? You really believe?
Yeah, but you're not joking when you literally shit all over them and call them a garbage human being and like a piece of shit and all of this stuff. You're annoyed because they beat you. Don't like try and worm your way out of it, scumbag. Like you 100% mean what you're saying. You 100% mean it. You're just a fucking coward. That's why you never do anything in real life, because you're a complete fucking coward and you would never talk out of turn, especially now. You run in straight away. But don't get it twisted. 100% he hates it and he means it. He thinks they're absolute cunts. Yeah, it's a complete joke when he beats the shit out the fight stick as he's cunting off his opponent. Oh yeah, complete joke, bruv.
That? If you do, I think you need to, like, stop living in a fairy tale world.
Oh yeah, it's their problem. It's our problem.
I'm upset when I lose, especially if I lose to some bullshit cookie cutter pattern.
Oh yeah, it's the pattern. Yeah, right.
You know, that they're awful humans. I just say that for reaction.
Yeah, of course you do.
People literally attend the Street Fighter 6 streams.
Sorry, you call someone a piece of shit human being for a reaction.
The equivalent of back in the day, me talking
when
shit
you've never even met them, just based on how they played in 2 rounds of a fighting game. Is that what you're saying?
And talking
is
shit,
that what he's saying?
Like I was going to go to a tournament and start beating people up. No. It's called online shit talking. How do people not understand the concept? I'm lost. I grew up in arcades. Are you ready? In arcades,
yeah, literally King J Hags.
Lost or won. There was insane amounts of shit talking. It was literally like being in a locker room of a bunch of roided dudes yelling at each other and screaming at each other and being at each other's throats constantly. But it wasn't serious. It was just shit talking. We all knew that. We didn't break out into
why do
fights
people with steroid chat?
Ripping out bats and chains and knives and start fucking brutally murdering each other. It was a fucking video game. It's just a fucking video game. No one is serious. If you
no, you're serious, dude. Like you're really serious.
Stop playing video games. Just stop.
You're just lying, bruv.
Really?
He's just lying.
No, if you can't stand being in an online environment where someone might shit talk you, then don't go to the online environment. I just don't understand it. Well, I really don't. And plus, I'm only doing that commentary on my own video. It's not like I'm going to that person's channel who I just fought and I leave derogatory comments on their content saying, you suck ass, I beat your ass in Street Fighter, you suck piece of shit. It's just a fucking video. It's just a stream. It's, why people react like this in 2024? I mean, you want to talk about fucking insulated special snowflakes who think that the world is all rainbows and unicorns. It's not. I don't even know what you're talking about. I didn't grow up on that planet. Did you? It's ridiculous. Like, wake up. Anyone has a right to talk shit when they're playing an online game. And if you don't like it, I guess that's fine. But why on earth you would take it seriously and think that someone's being for real? So what would you like me to do? Just keep my mouth shut? Because here's the thing. Here's the boring FGC. They just sit there and they just comment, oh, good move. Oh, I dropped my combo. Oh, good move.
Okay, now we're just shitting on the FGC.
Just go to sleep.
Yeah, I do that at the gym, Joe Bly.
Why do you think that the FGC has been so fucking boring for the past 20-some years?
Okay, now we're just going to shit on the FGC for literally no reason. They're not even involved in this conversation.
Oh, good move. Oh, drop my combo. Oh.
They're not even involved in this conversation right now.
Fucking was it the Wozler? Wow, the Wozler is a really great meme, isn't it, guys? Yeah, if you're 4, that's the equivalent of the content you will get in the FGC if you want everyone to be a fucking PG-rated pussy.
What?
Stop wanting PG-rated pussy content, please.
We're just this geezer's just ranting his ass off right now. Absolutely nothing.
If you want PG-rated content, you could go watch the Wozler shit. That's for 4-year-olds. And oh my God, someone hit him with Iron Man.
He's just hating on the FGC.
Or
out of nowhere because someone said he gets too gets too angry when he plays fighting games.
Online, it's not that serious. But it's funny to watch me get pissed at losing the pattern play. Do you not get entertainment when I lose to a Cammy and I start talking shit? Is it not entertaining? I thought it was.
No, it's pretty. I mean,
it is, right? Or you could turn on a Wozler video seeing Justin Wong doing the fucking Iron Man Infinite for the 1000th time and you could go to sleep.
Why does he keep shitting on Justin Wong? Did he like try and message him on Twitter or something and he ignored him again? I guarantee you he tried to DM Justin Wong and the guy never replied. Like recently he's been shitting on him. And Maximilian as well. Not like directly, but just saying their shills, making offhand comments. Maximilian he reached out to and the guy never replied. I guarantee you he tried to DM Justin Wong and the guy never replied. I guarantee you that's what happened. And he didn't reply and it annoyed him. He's like, fucking, what? I'm not good enough to talk to? I guarantee you that's what happened. For real, dudes. 100%. Yeah, he didn't like the chat talking about him. I mean, why would you, if you're one of those guys, why would you fucking want to collab with DSP anyway? I mean, come on now. Like, why? Bro, my hair's getting wild, damn it.
It's your choice. Everyone has the right to choose what kind of content you want to watch. But don't criticize mine because you don't understand about how shit talking is entertaining. And
No, bro.
No, I don't actually wish harm to the people I'm playing. It's just an observation because I'm angry in the moment. It's silly.
Yeah, of course.
Why on earth you would take it seriously, I just don't understand.
Yeah, of course. It's all jokes, dude, by the way. It's all fun and games.
Okay,
it's not real.
Thank you. I'm Troublesome, who just gifted 10 memberships to the community. Congrats to everyone who gets one. Just so you know, it takes YouTube a while to divvy these out now. I don't know why. It's been
Oh,
slower.
just so you know.
You'll all get them. You will get them. It might just take a bit. Okay?
Just in case you're worried about the money.
And by the way, we're at 115 likes again. Let's
get it to 150, guys. Come on.
Let's get that going. Please like the stream if you're here and you're having a good time. Let's get that engagement. We got 21 bucks of super chats. Let's get that to $50 of super chats before the podcast ends. Who's going to be the new top super chatter?
Who's going to be
Donkey Nuts with a $10 super chat?
Who's going to be the new top super chatter?
Okay, let's continue.
Who's it going to be?
I would like to see you play Soul Calibur 5. I think I didn't I? I swear that I played Soul Calibur. If there's a new Soul Calibur, I would probably check it out. But I'm not going to be going back to an old Soul Calibur anytime soon. I don't think there's really a demand for that, besides maybe you, right? Okay. I think you're missing a huge target audience by not playing the quick multiplayer trendy games for one stream. For example, play X Defiant for either one day. I don't even know what that is. Or a day or night stream. You would never have to play it again, and it's free. If people like it, you can always pick up on it again, and if not, you aren't missing out. So here's the deal. If you guys are in the know about some new multiplayer game or things like that,
I nearly killed them all.
Right? And
MG Zelda, how you doing?
Seeing me play it, let me know. Now
Who's going to be the next top super chatter?
Because a lot of these games are PC
the audience are all sitting there going, oh my god, who's going to give Phil money next? I can't wait to find out.
Totally. And even if some of these games are cheap, like, I'm not talking like, oh, I want to drop
He's
$60 on a
insane.
game I'll play once. But if these games are like, you know, 20 bucks to get in or whatever, I would play it.
He's a
You just gotta let
fucking
me know.
lunatic, man.
Let me know what's hot. You're going to know better than me. I'm trying to follow the trends and stuff. It's very difficult. If you guys could let me know what's interesting.
What?
But here's the funny part. Yeah, Stuart says X Defiant was a Call of Duty killer. Oh, really? And who's talking about X Defiant today? Right? Where's the X Defiant discussion? I don't see any discussion about it. Again, I think Add the Gamer hit it on the head here. It was one of those flash in the pan. Everyone talked about it for a week, and then no one cares about it anymore. Right? So I would have had to play it that week. 2 months ago for it to be
Egg Gang with the 40-month resub.
Now I actually have the ability to do that.
Egg Gang with the 40-month resub. Nah, I couldn't.
Yeah, exactly.
No. No modern.
If you know about these, let me know.
No modern.
I'd be willing. All right.
We're not.
Says, I'm not
That's not a thing.
Final Fantasy Rebirth.
I learned the proper way.
Your contender out the window extremely fast.
We got a win. I got like 1 or 2 wins, maybe. I got one with Akuma. Did I get one with Jamie? I don't remember.
I'm not playing it.
I won some rounds.
I've already
I was pretty happy.
Another game I'd like to see return is the Phoenix Wright Ace Attorney series. That's never going to happen. It's just never going to happen. So here's why. All right. Number 1, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. I was gung-ho to play. People liked it when I played Final Fantasy VII Remake. Right? So I go into Rebirth with the same positive attitude. Immediately after I play it, for about 10 hours, 12 hours, people are complaining it's boring, it's repetitive, it sucks. Why? Well, let's see. Because I'm already playing Baldur's Gate 3, which all of you asked for and demanded pretty much. Because I'm already playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Wow, I've got to play Baldur's Gate 3 again. After like,
playing too many of the same style
I put like 60 hours into it. And got to like Act 2 maybe, just at the start of it.
Mortal Kombat 1, Tekken 8, and the Marvel vs. Capcom collection right now. Do you think that people would care about all those games? They're all the same genre. You cannot play 3 to 4 games of the same genre at the same time, it will not support itself. It's too much of the same and people get bored. All right? And I said that early on this year. I said, understand, guys, if you want me to play Baldur's Gate 3, I foresee a ton of other RPGs coming out, and I'm telling you we're going to have RPG overload. And everyone's like, oh,
No, he didn't know.
No, it ain't going to happen. That's no big deal. And literally, Final Fantasy VII Rebirth monstrously undersold because it was in the midst of RPG overload for everyone, not just me, for everyone. Okay? You say it's a major Game of the Year contender. The game did not sell well. You get it? No one cared about that game outside of the Final Fantasy-centric crew. It didn't really sell across the mainstream like the first one did. So, after me playing it for like 15, 20 hours, and literally on a stream, I couldn't even hold 300 viewers for a hot new game. We had like
a hot
200
new
viewers
game
for the stream, and the entire stream chat was paying no attention to the game. They were off doing other shit. They were talking about sports and shit, and I'm like, I might as well. I could literally have been sitting there doing a Q&A stream, and it would have had more attention, more engagement, more support, and people would have liked it better than if I was playing that game. So why will I continue to play it? And the answer is I'm not going to. Forget it. It doesn't hold retention. It doesn't hold interest. It's a game that's likely great to play yourself, awful for a streaming audience. Unless you're in that crowd where you have the Final Fantasy RPG audience, which I don't, right? It's never going to do well. So I'm not going to be playing it any further. It's that simple. All right? It's just that simple. Sorry, I tried it. It didn't work. I have no commitment to keep playing a game that didn't work.
Okay. Didn't
Right?
work
So
means
why
didn't
would you
make money, just so we're
If
clear.
you already tried something and didn't work, why would you just keep trying it anyway? You know it doesn't work. You already have the evidence. Ignore the evidence. Keep going. No, I'm not stupid. I have other things I could be doing. And
To make money, yeah,
Phoenix
we know.
Wright will never work again, and here's why Phoenix Wright will never work again. All right? Because it's too wordy. Okay? It's just too wordy. It's too much dialogue. It takes too long to get through, and there's no spoken dialogue. So if I would play Ace Attorney, I have to sit here reading all day. It actually taxes my voice to do it, because I've done it before. I've played entire games.
Oh
of
my
Ace
God,
Attorney,
is he
and
for
I've actually
real?
lost my voice playing them because there's too much dialogue. Okay? They're also too long. I've tried to find ways to not really commit myself to insanely long games these times. Every time that I play an 80-hour game, it just doesn't hold interest anymore. After like the first 20 hours, the entire viewership falls off. People are bored. So I can't be committing myself to 40, 60, 80-hour dialogue-based games anymore. There was a time when people just watched whatever I played. That's just not the case anymore. Now I got to be more smart, more savvy with what I play, and Phoenix Wright just ain't going to work. I know it's not, sadly. Guitar Player just did a $5 super chat and says, it doesn't seem Space Marines 2 is worth $70. Space Marines 2 is worth $70 if you're ready to do co-op with friends. Period. If you're going to play it by yourself, it's definitely not worth $70. If you're looking for PvP, it's really not worth $70. It's only
Just
if
'cause
have
you
a
was
team
bad
of
at
friends
it.
to team up with, and you're looking for a good co-op game that like Gears of War. It's very
Rise
good in
of
that
the
regard.
Dragon.
It's
I've not
fantastic.
heard of that.
It's just not very good.
Devour. How are you doing? I see you.
Okay, hold on.
He's not stupid. He went bankrupt. Good
I
point.
got another.
Bro, that means nothing.
shout
Just
out.
because he went
Swap
bankrupt
back.
and that. Just
I
he
received
blew
a
all his money on a gacha
$2.15
game.
tip. I think it's stupid when they criticize you for snorts and acts. It's not like you actively chose to do it. People shouldn't judge things you can't control. They're idiots. Exactly right. Again, it's like, it's a physical shortcoming. Listen, if you want to joke about a mannerism that I have, that I actively have adopted as part of my online presence.
I mean, they do that too.
If you want to talk about phrase I keep saying, if you want to talk about I play games bad, or you don't like.
I mean, they
this
do
part
that
of the content,
too. Like,
those are all valid. To sit here and criticize.
I mean, people do that too.
Things that I can't help. It's not like I actively am choosing to snort. I don't want to snort. I think it's disgusting like everyone
You
else.
can
I
control
think
it
so I
though,
don't
dude.
Cough. Or else I'd be sitting here
You can
coughing,
100% control it.
right? So, yeah, it's dumb. You're literally right. It's them picking on something.
Oh,
you
yeah,
can't
they're
help.
picking on me
So
now.
it's like schoolyard bullying.
Oh, yeah,
Keep in
they're
mind,
bullying
people
me,
are all
yeah.
fucking anonymous, and would
DSP never
like the
bullied
people
no
to
one, bro.
turn towards back them.
This guy.
God forbid they showed their faces or they got themselves criticized for all of their physical shortcomings that they can't help. They would explode. They would melt like a fucking wax candle.
This
You
is
know
the
what I'm
guy
saying?
that doesn't go out of his house 6 days of the week, by the way.
There you go. Okay,
But other people would
Go
explode
back.
if someone criticised
How
them.
we
The
doing?
guy that doesn't have any
120
social
likes,
interaction.
guys. Let's get that to
Any.
150 likes. Come on, we got about 20.
Come on,
25
come on,
minutes left
guys.
the show. Let's get to 150 likes by the end of the
Come
show.
on, guys.
Let's get some more super chats in. to top. We got to get someone to unseat Donkey Nut.
Yeah.
Donkey Nut. That's
Yeah,
embarrassing.
someone has to
Donkey
give more
Nut.
money
You
than
want a
this other guy who
who's
graciously
Donkey
gave me
Nuts to be
money.
Sitting on the throne and
Come on,
chatter
guys.
for the rest of the stream. Well, let's get that guy. Let's get someone to give him the big ass boot off of that fucking chair and get someone else in his place, right? There you go.
Yeah, there you go. As if that's normal. That's not begging. That's not begging.
So OP Boots
What
and
he
Arlo
just, what you
suggested
just
the
he heard
Logitech
him do there, that's not
G400 plus
begging.
Keyboard with trackpad. Recently, you mentioned the wireless mouse you use to control your streaming PC is having issues. I feel like having a trackpad would solve the problem. This one has a keyboard attached. Or guess what? I have all new equipment because you guys have supported me so much in the last month. I have a brand new, awesome mini wireless keyboard that I use to update the leaderboard. I have a brand new mini wireless mouse that's completely silent. It's really, really good mouse. I have a Logitech mouse that I use to control my gaming PC. And I have a nice Logitech RGB keyboard right here. See, it's lighting up and lighting down. It's RGB, cool setup. So I have all new equipment thanks to you guys. I appreciate OP Boone's suggestion, but I ended up getting some pretty high-end stuff.
Oh, yeah, high-end.
When I could afford it. You know, 2 months ago, I hadn't seen this big burst in support. So
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we only got money until recently.
Okay.
Hundreds of thousands of
I suggest
dollars a
we'll be
year,
back for dinner
bro.
segment
He
at the
only
end of
saw
every night
this
stream.
burst recently.
No.
He could only do all
I have
this
two
stuff
suggestions.
recently.
As a smaller variety streamer, you have the opportunity to engage with your audience more closely. For the sake of variety and deeper audience engagement, you should consider hosting multiplayer nights every 2 weeks. Before you say that this could be ruined by bad actors, please consider the only multiplayer modes that are either free-for-all or for 1v1 like FFA, Deathmatch, and FPS, Halo custom games, or Street Fighter lobbies. These games of non-team game modes are controlling and
Yeah, make fun of them if they have a valid point.
That way, it doesn't matter who joins the lobby, and people can be booted halfway through the stream to get new folks. And instead, hosting a multiplayer night once.
Give me suggestions, by the way.
Give viewers a chance to participate more in your content, and this will help grow a longer sense of community outside the chat. Well, in regards to fighting games, we tried it and it didn't work.
Give me long thought out responses so I can like vaguely make fun of you.
Said do community lobbies, so I did them. And what ended up happening was I was doing them basically like for about a month. At the end of the month, no exaggeration, everyone complained. This is boring. Bill needs to play ranked matches because when he does his community nights, he literally just beats up on his fans and scrubs alike. He just wails on them all night. No one's good enough to beat him. It's not entertaining. So I stopped doing community nights and I started doing ranked.
I don't think
and
that's
within
what
a month or two, people complained.
said.
Oh, why did he cancel community nights? Because you complained. You said they were bad. The attendance went down. The support went down. So I stopped doing them. You can't have it both ways. You can't want community nights, then not like community nights. So I'm not doing community nights of Street Fighter. I already tried it. Okay? In regards to Call of Duty and stuff, maybe eventually we would. Maybe what we could do is do some lobbies where we get...
Okay, not doing that.
I don't know. We'll have to see. But it's not a major focus of mine because I don't want to waste time when I could do meaningful content that I know is entertaining to the audience that doesn't empower the trolls. I know what you're saying, but the bottom line is...
don't come with your master characters, yeah.
Where anyone can join, you're empowering the trolls to go fuck with
when he did get beat by people way back, he said that they weren't understanding the nature of community night.
Everyone likes it.
They didn't understand what community night was about.
No one has legitimately given me an actual justification for these multiplayer nights. It's just ignore the trolls and do it anyway. No, because what that means is you want the trolls to show up and ruin it, and you think I'm stupid enough to just say, oh, just ignore the fact that the problem exists and will persist. It's not going to magically just go away overnight and fix itself. They're going to show up. So why create the environment for them to be empowered? I'm not dumb. Unless you have a solution for it, you can stop suggesting it because no one has a solution. Everyone always claims it's going to be all... Just trust the system. It'll just be all right. Never going to work.
I'm not dumb.
You have to believe that the bad actors are going to be there and act bad, and you have to plan for it and make good content, not give them the opportunity to fuck with you. That's what I've learned over the years. Okay, so these kind of suggestions, unless Infamous Juggernaut, you have a legit suggestion and saying, here's how to stop it, don't waste our time. You're wasting everyone's time with the suggestion because no one wants to see those fuckers get any attention. You understand? Okay. The Master Chief Collection is free on Game Pass. You never played Halo 3 on YouTube, it would be a great chance to revisit the best of the series during night streams, downtime this summer. Playing the campaign on normal is very chill if you wanted something. Appreciate the suggestion, but I don't think anyone cared about classic Halo. Continue Sea of Stars. I 100% one day want to go back and continue Sea of Stars. We have to find a calm time to do it. Maybe early next year, we'll see. Can you bring back WWE World Rumble custom character matches? No, because I'm not going to buy another WWE game unless I feel there's a reason to. Right now, I just don't feel like there's a reason to. Okay? Have you heard of X-Defiant? We already talked about that. Put up a suggestion box the first of every month instead of every 4 to 6 months if you're continuing to do the suggestion box. That way it doesn't get outdated. And don't acknowledge troll comments in the suggestion box, just delete them. I agree with both of these. This is actually great. Andrew, great suggestions. It's my fault that basically with everything that just happened in the last month and a half, 2 months, that I didn't stay up on the suggestion box. So maybe we should make a new one starting in October.
Okay.
OP Boone says, consider a
Oh,
command
God.
like PC to Nightbot. Oh, you mean like this command that we have right here?
Oh, God, cringe.
Work. There it is. I have a PC command that gives all the specs of my gaming PC in the chat right now. So this is one we did forget the
He
the
thinks
mini
that's
PC. We don't use
impressive?
the mini
Wow.
PC anymore. It's retired. Now we use the high-end gaming PC, and this has been
Wow.
the solution's there. Here
This
you go.
guy actually thinks that's
By the
impressive
way,
or
that's even
difficult to
outdated because
do.
Now I have a better
Amazing.
hard drive, or yeah, I have a better SSD that someone donated. So I'm using a better SSD than is in those specs. It's like a 3 or 4
Oh,
terabyte,
yeah.
and it's actually much faster than that. The specs. In fact, here it is. Hold on.
Are we getting it?
It's a 3 terabyte,
Oh.
990 Pro.
What does that mean?
Wait, is it 3 terabytes?
How
many
He don't
terabytes?
even know. He don't even
I
know.
think it's 4 terabytes. It's this thing.
What's this thing?
That's what I'm using in my gaming PC right now. I don't even know how many. I think it's 4 terabytes or 3.5 terabytes or something like that. Samsung SSD Pro, 4 terabytes. So actually, it's better. I have to upgrade the command because the command is outdated. Here, so it should be 4 terabyte. PCIe,
Is it really, Mailman?
NVMe,
Is it really?
SSD. There you go. So now that command is updated to actually reflect the proper hard drive, which is supposed to be faster.
Oh,
It's
wow,
actually supposed
yeah.
to be even
Reflect the hard
faster
drive. It has to
than
reflect the hard
That's
drive.
the OS hard drive now in the gaming PC. So there you go.
The gaming PC. I've got a
Okay,
gaming
here we go.
PC now. I have a high-end gaming PC. Jesus, dude. He's so fucking cringe.
I suggested that you take 5-minute power naps during video recordings. During night streams, you sometimes look and sound tired. You sometimes yawn and even doze off. A 5-minute power nap might be beneficial. Usually now I have the coffee, but every once in a while I will have a night where I'm really tired, and definitely that would happen. I'm not gonna lie. Depends on the game, but it doesn't happen all the time. Original Undead Nightmare videos from 2010. We already are doing it on DSP Throwback. It has begun as of this month.
Okay.
That is correct. It's already begun. Some of your audience are practicing religious people. It would be nice if you can avoid swearing in conjunction with God's name or Jesus' name. Stuff like, oh my effing G or Jesus effing Christ sounds really painful on our ears. And I can't watch this comfortably if my mom is walking in or sitting by near me with F-bombs. First of all, God is not God's name. You're aware of that, correct? Dependent on what religion you practice or what you believe, there's a name for God, and I'm not using them. I'm using the generic name. In reality, when they say, you remember the 10 Commandments, you're not supposed to use God's name in vain, they mean God's real name. They don't mean just the term God. The term God
I mean,
is
I think that's a
generic
technicality.
while the name is
They
specific.
mean don't
So
use
actually,
his
when I say,
name,
"Oh
like
my
regardless
God,"
of his
that's not
actual
like
name.
using God's
They
name in
mean
vain. That's
don't
never what
use the
intended.
name
problem
of
is,
God or
people have
mention him
changed terms and
to
what we
like
call
curse,
semantics, basically,
insult.
okay?
You
I'm not
fucking
actually
idiot.
using
You think they
God's
mean
name
just
in vain
don't
when I
say
say, "Oh my God,"
Jehovah?
or, "Oh my
Is
God,"
that what you're
that's not.
saying?
Okay? Now, when I say Jesus Christ, I mean, yeah, you can argue I'm using that as an expletive. So there, I think you've got me. I don't think there's a way to weasel out of there. Except that actually, I don't believe his name was really Jesus Christ either. I think that it was a variation of that in ancient language. But I mean, it's semantics,
What?
right? Yeah, I get you. And the thing is,
Ancient language, what,
it's just
Aramaic?
become kind of part of common sense,
Aramaic, is that what you mean?
you know, to have expletives like that.
He's
perhaps
lawyering
over
with
time,
God.
I
Yeah,
should
the
be
10,
better.
exactly.
Maybe I should be better. Right now, I don't think I'm gonna. That's a change that I'm gonna be able to do overnight or anything like that. But that's maybe something that I can try to improve on in the future, right? If it is offensive to people, right? The reason I say Jesus Christ is because I'm Christian, so that's like the one I would say. Maybe if I grew up a different religion, I would have been using a different expletive, right? Okay. Suggestion for the throwback channel: can we get a re-upload of the best and worst games you had shown on Blip? I don't believe you've ever touched those after leaving Blip. I only think the fan voted games ever survived. I could look into that. A lot of the stuff from that time period is a little iffy, meaning like it's not necessarily 100% done. Like I think I have the core files.
I must have just missed that.
But they may not actually be
Must
done.
have just missed the timing on that.
Before I threw it into the video editor, here's all the components. You know what I'm saying? But not the finished.
Yeah, Dutch
video.
Bros.
I have to see. That's a good suggestion because I think you're right. I think all that year-end stuff from 2010 is probably
He got
missing.
gifted it, Mal, man.
So I
Don't
might
get
have
it
to look
twisted.
into, can I find the year-end 2010 stuff? That's kind
Didn't
of
you hear him?
The
Why would he
forgotten
lie?
Missing videos from a
Why would he lie, Mal, man?
Your community tab looks pretty awful with privated streams and plain white text background. Consider deleting stream announcements after the stream is done and make a more colorful yet cohesive template for your schedule so that it looks more interesting.
Yeah.
And OP Boone says, I think it's possible to make a community post expire after 24 hours. Utilizing that feature could be helpful. YouTube gave me
Wow, he's so fucking dumb, dude.
I see the feature there, but it only is available on the mobile app. Maybe I could do that. What do you think? If I make a post that's like, here's the upcoming stream, right?
He really needs these fucking dent heads to help him.
Expires,
We're not just talking about an idea or two.
test it. Like if right now I go to the community tab, I'm gonna make a new one. This is public. It's public, all members and levels of members, and then we have quiz video, test poll, image.
Fucking hell, bro. He didn't get gifted. Yeah, he didn't get gifted, did he? Let's be honest.
Okay, post. Schedule post. No, I can schedule a post, but I don't see a way to have it expire. I think what you could do, maybe you can have like a poll expire, but I don't see a way to have the post expire. You can schedule it to only go up at a certain time in the future, but I don't see a way to make it expire unless someone.
Okay, he doesn't know how to do it. Great.
Because obviously I want the post.
He can't work it out.
Showing my streams live when the streams are live, but when they are, once they're archived, you're right. And then I want you to watch the raw video. So you're like, the community tab looks bad because you've got all these archived streams that you can't access. At the same time, though, at least that gives you an idea of what I've been working on. Even if you can't see the live stream, you could probably just go to the channel and find the video, right? What do you guys think?
These guys.
I need input on this one. I need input on the community tab on how you guys think I can improve it. I'm down for improvement there for sure. I just don't know how to concretely do it. So if you guys could give me feedback on that, I would greatly appreciate it. Okay? All right. So we're almost out of time for the show. We have like 5 minutes left. What I would say is, last chance, if anyone has a question.
Last chance to give money.
It sure would be great if we could just hit the
until my next stream.
Now, so that way when we're on the react show, we don't have to worry about it at all. And we could just say, hey, we hit streak 5. So if anyone was going to do any kind of contribution or for support at this point, I would say, dude, just drop it now. Let's get it done.
This isn't begging,
right?
by the
that
way.
We can all just
drop it now. Just get it done. This isn't begging, by the way. Just drop it now. Just get it done.
Not hit the goalie, hit the goalie, not hit the goal, and go back and forth doing all that crap, right?
Oh my god,
let's
dude.
See, what do you guys want to do for the finale of the show? What's on your mind?
Yeah, this is hyping the stream. What game am I playing? I'm playing Neo 2.
Anything? Anyone? Anything? No, you're not allowed to chill and relax at all. Not at all. There's no relaxation until the king's coffers are filled. How dare you even suggest such a thing? What an awful thing to say in the chat.
Being weird again.
If a Cowboy fan says I added a couple posts to the suggestions box, thank you. We will eventually get to them. As you see, today we got through like half. The thing is, a lot of those were outdated, right? Like a lot of those, sadly, were just really outdated because they were
Being weird again.
If I do a new suggestion box for October, it should definitely be more pertinent, right? Yeah. Phew. Green Goblin, I'm not going to catch up on modern wrestling for my appearance on Cultaholic. No, it's just going to be a show about my history with wrestling, talking about those 3 matches on the desert island, and then wherever else the conversation goes. But I mean, maybe they will bring up modern stuff, but I don't know any of it from the last 4.5 years. I haven't followed.
Oh, I died fucking some mad roll catch, dude. Out.
Okay. Is that it, guys? Should we end the show? It seems like no one has any topics to talk about. Everyone's quiet. I guess we'll wrap it up. I'm just looking to see if anyone else has something to say. Everyone's completely quiet, so. All right. Well, guys, thank you for a chill podcast. As I told you, we didn't have any crazy topics.
Yeah, thanks
today,
for the
but I'm
chill
glad we got some
vibes.
Suggestion box stuff. We have some stuff to follow up on in the suggestion box. Please give me that feedback about some of those topics as appropriate here. Thanks for being a great audience. I had a good time today. Remember, tomorrow we will get back on track with gameplay. But today it's all reacting. I hope you'll stick around and head over to DSP Reacts for DSP versus the Internet Clips React show. It should be a good time. And I hope tonight you'll be there for Retro React of Resident Evil 1 on DSP Throwback. Happy autumn, everyone. I'm glad that we have changed seasons.
Oh, yeah. I'm so happy we've changed seasons.
Peace out and see you then.
What is this? Oh, this ain't it. But this is still... What's the time? I got a bit more time. Then it's betters.
Join Royal Gamma to stand up for
In
each
the name,
party's unique
DST
health.
versus the internet. Hey, a dog advert will allow
The
that.
$3.95 trial set with our sharpest ever Truman razor.
Oh, yeah.
Get started now at harrys.com. Harry's. Feel good, fellas.
I don't want that.
Know that Netflix doesn't not offer traditional health insurance to their employees. Instead, Netflix offers a $15,000 yearly allowance.
Wow.
If you want, you can use this with one of Netflix's Kai's.
Another dent gave him $100 tip.
Bit of tug of war with chains, huh?
So, are you ready? I hope so. Let's get things started the right way with shout-outs for contributions. Let's start
Here we go. We're
off
going to hype the stream.
with a $10 tip that has come in from Null. Will you be doing any Dead by Daylight streams in the future? I would be interested in doing it particularly for Halloween. Usually, that's a favorite that people nominate for my Halloween marathon, and we end up doing it for a little bit during the Halloween marathon. And FYI, the ability to start nominating games for that marathon will be very shortly, probably within about a week. I think by the end of September, I will set up a thread on the community tab over on DSP Gaming.
Okay.
By which we'll be able to start nominating games for that. Now, will I just outright start playing it? I don't know if there's demand for it. I mean, I now have a gaming PC. I could get the game and play it in its best form possible, right? So I guess we'll see and go from there. But I'm not opposed to it. I actually like the game. I've played it over the years. I played it when it first hit Xbox One. I played it a couple years later. Then I played it when I got my Xbox Series X. I've liked it every single time. It's just that the game has a repetitive game loop. I like the loop, but a lot of people get tired of it, you know, because it doesn't really have much innovation or variety to it once you start doing it. So, I might try something with my new blackout curtains in a second. I just received a $1 tip from the Dark Side Child Returns. I want to ask a question since I'm currently unable to write in chat. I subscribed after finding out about your React channel. Oh, okay. How do you submit suggestions for the videos that you react to on these live streams? What kind of videos are you looking for? Any restrictions to what could be suggested? Let me know. First things first, how do I submit videos? So, there are 2 ways to submit videos. Let me do this now.
Give money?
I'm gonna get this out of the way since a lot of you might be newcomers, relative newcomers. If you become an ultra member of this channel, meaning I think it's like $20 a month.
I think, yeah, he thinks
4 videos a month, once a week, and I am
Oh,
guaranteed to watch your video. It's a guaranteed watch on the show. Pretty big, right? Now, when I say guaranteed watch, I mean I'm going to watch some of it. In general, I recommend people submit only 5 to 10 minute clips tops. This is a clip show, and I need to move through a lot of clips. So if you submit a 20-minute documentary, I'm not going to watch a 20-minute documentary. I may skim through it, okay? Now, I feel that, you know, the $20 maybe is a little bit too much. There's a much, much cheaper $5 a month submissions tier membership you can get.
Yeah, but it's not a guarantee, so just
what happens is
understand,
you
guys.
thread that you submit your clips in 2 a week, so you get 8 in a month, but it goes into a randomized order playlist. YouTube determines who gets to be watched. We hit like shuffle, and it just shuffles it up, and there you go. So everyone has an equal chance who's a submissions tier member to get their videos watched. This week, for example, here it is. We have 24 videos.
Yeah, stunned
in
like
that
brutal.
tier. So, you know, kind of a good chance, I would argue, because it really depends on how long the videos are and how many we get through, and just look at the draw that YouTube, you know, that shuffle. You might get both of your videos watched. You may not get either of your videos watched in a particular week, right? But we always watch the ultra member
I think he
videos
thinks he's
first.
going to get
There's
like
12
some
ultra member
what's
videos
name
this
money.
week, and then we're
Right,
gonna
I've got to go and
head
make
over
one
to the
more
randomized
smoke
playlist.
because
Typically,
I
it's about
can't stay
half
up
the
all
show
night.
is ultra, half the show is submissions
tight.
tier. So it's at your own discretion. What level of contribution you want to make determines the chance of your video being watched. Okay, and that's how it works. And honestly, that's why this channel is viable. You know, I do this stream once a week, every Sunday, and the members basically make it viable to do. If it weren't for the membership support I get, this channel would kind of be defunct. But the membership's, you know, pretty profitable. So there you go. Okay, so there you go. So guys, we're about to get started with our weekly show, starting with the Ultra members. We're already at $162 in contributions. For those who don't know, I have completely changed the way my goals work. Now, everything counts. A super chat, a super sticker, and a tip all counts towards the goal. So we only have to hit $38 in the 3 hours I'm doing the show, and then we will continue the king streak to 5. Okay? We'll have the big celebration and everything. So please consider contributing to support the stream. How can you contribute? Number one, you can like the stream. Engagement is key and critical to success on YouTube. The engagement you've been giving me recently has helped these channels tremendously. Please like the stream if you enjoy the show this afternoon. It would help me a lot. That's number one. Number two, you can contribute monetarily with a super chat or a super sticker or a tip, and that will count towards the goal. Number three, you can become a member. An ultra member or a submissions tier member gets to submit clips for the show. Or if you just want to help out the community, you can give some memberships to the community. FYI, gifted memberships, you are not eligible to submit clips for the show. Not that that's how I want it, but that's because people have abused gifted memberships earlier this year using VPNs and the like. We can't have the show destroyed by that. But you still get emotes. You still get a cool chat crown badge and all of that. Okay? Okay. We're going to get started. The one thing I want to try to figure out, today it is not sunny outside. And I'm wondering if I can open my blackout blinds a little bit to get more air circulation so it's not as stuffy, but also to not screw over my lighting, because my lighting right now is really good, right? Let me take a look here. I'm going to mess with the blackout blinds a tiny bit and see if I can get more air but not screw the colors up. Let's see. So how badly did that just mess up the setup? Not that bad. I mean, it's a little bit brighter now, but now I have cool air blowing on me. So that's not bad at all. Actually, that's good. What I did is I just took the blackout curtains and I pushed them to the left, so I have about 1/10 of my window open to air, and cool air is actually blowing in right now, and it feels great. So I would say if the sun fully comes out, I'll go just push the curtains back over, but this is nice for air circulation. This is good. No, I don't have central air, sadly. I did have an air conditioner that just went into the window, but I took it out because summer ended. So that's why. But this is good, right? This isn't that bad. It looks pretty good. You can still see the background and everything. Cool. All right, this is going to be ideal, I think. This is going to work well for today. Good experimentation with these new curtains, okay? Okay. Big Mac, 10 months as a member, just popped his membership message, and he says, one day I'll actually send in some videos for the React. Well, thank you, Big Mac. I would love that, I'm sure, because you are a member here, right? Well, you are a standard member. Remember, you have to be a submissions tier or an ultra tier. You're a standard membership, and standard memberships aren't eligible, okay? Okay, whoa, hold on a second here. Well, Tetrabax just did a $101 tip and put in a video submission, but Tetrabax, sadly, that's not how it works. If I just let people tip and submit videos, it would completely undermine the formula of the show. All right? So I want you to understand that. It's not that I don't want to watch your video. It's that that would cheat these people who have been ongoing members for 1.5 years now, almost 2 years, by kind of gaming the system. All right? So I appreciate the very generous tip. We're going to count it and everything. But I can't just watch a video submission that you're tossing in now. The way it works is you have to be an ultra member or you have to be a submissions tier member. That's how you submit clips for the show. All right? No, I have to abide by the rules. That's not fair that because someone comes by and does a tip that I'm just going to change the rules of the show. That's messed up. Especially because we don't even know if we're going to get through all the clips today. How about this? If we get through all the clips today, then I'll watch it at the end of the show. But I don't know if we're going to get through all the clips today, so that would be completely unfair. Okay? All right. So, Tetrabax, thank you. $101 tip. Incredibly generous. Hold on. I'm all confused here. Do I even have a $100 tip? I do. I was going to say, do I even have a $100 tip animation for this channel? I do. And there it is. And let's get Tetrabax up as the biggest tipper of the day. And I will save your video suggestion. And if we get through all the videos today, we will watch it at the end of the show. Okay? But ladies and gentlemen, it is official. With that tip, we have continued the King's streak. Let's make it rain in DSP Reacts today. The King's coffers, once again, for 5 straight streams have been filled. Everything here is going swimmingly. The new changes to the King's coffers goal have worked incredibly effectively. People are coming by and enjoying that no matter how they contribute, it is being counted. They want to be recognized. They're getting recognition on my leaderboard. It is working. So thank you all very, very much for all of your contributions. Thank you so much for all of your support. This is absolutely outstanding, and I really, really appreciate all of you. Thank you also very, very much for that, okay? Now, hold on. Let me stop playing that. It looks like I got another tip. Hold on. Tetrabax just did a $20 tip and says, no problem. They're okay with that. Wow. Tetrabax, definitely become a ultra member. I would love to see, or just become a submissions member. I'd love to see some of your clip submissions. And I thank you for understanding, you know. Let me put it this way. Tetrabax is actually being incredibly respectful because I have sadly had some people who have not understood. By the way, I don't even have the React pop-ups. You haven't even seen these, did you? Hold on. Here we go. It didn't pop up because I didn't have it on the screen. There are some people who've come by here over the years, and sadly, I'm going to play that animation again. Sadly, they'll contribute, and they just expect the entire system to change and just drop it a whim for them. And then they just don't respect the other viewers. Like, there's people who've been longtime supporters of mine, and they like how the system works. They understand how the system works. Do you think they're going to be happy that we don't watch their clip just because someone dropped a tip today? Of course, they'd be upset. And now that might make me lose long-term support. I may lose some members and stuff if people are upset with how I'm doing stuff. I had a guy who came in and he started supporting a ton, and he demanded that I played fighting games, and he demanded that I do all this stuff that I didn't want to do. And then when I started denying him and be like, nah, I'm not going to change the whole schedule for you, he tried to charge me back everything. He tried to charge back all these tips. He tried to charge back memberships and super chats. He tried to, you know, he tried to basically get all his money back. And I kept it all because you can't do that. But still, Tetrabax is being incredibly respectful. And so I really, really appreciate that, Tetrabax. Thank you for the support, and thank you for, you know, not making us demand. But again, let's see if we can get through all the clips today. And if we do, then we'll watch your clip at the end of the show. Okay? By the way, this is feeling great. Like I said, I opened the window up on the right-hand side. Dude, I'm getting a nice breeze coming in. This is beautiful. All right, ready? Here we go, everyone. It is time to begin with DSP versus the internet. What episode is this? Oh, shit. What episode is this? '83. I didn't put it in the title of the stream. I wonder when we're going to hit episode 100. The big 100 anniversary. Dang. Okay, ready, guys? And by the way, if you're here, please like the stream. Engagement is key for success on YouTube. If you like the stream, it's going to bring that engagement. It's going to bring that support. It's going to get more eyes on the channel. Please like the stream. Let's get to 50 likes. We're 36 right now. Let's get it to 50 likes right now. Okay? Sound good? Apollo, who is doing what? Who is doing what? This guy, Alex Brandon Lee Jones, is harassing you? Is that what you're saying? All right, I banned him. Fuck him. Okay. I banned that fuckface. Okay. We ready to start? All right, here we go. Hello, everyone. Phil here, and welcome to DSP Reacts and DSP versus the Internet, my weekly clips react show here on the channel, where I watch a wide variety of clips from all over the internet as submitted by my channel members. I'm very excited to see what you guys have in store for me this week. As always, we begin with the Ultra members, who are the biggest contributors to the channel as they have the highest level of membership. Then we're going to go to the submissions tier members, who all go into a randomized playlist and have an equal chance to be watched. So let's get started. Let's jump right in. Episode 83 for September 22nd, 2024. Let's go. Singapore versus American education system comparison. It's only 4 minutes long. Let's see what it is. Here we go.
Education is an essential tool for individual growth and societal development.
Wrong. Education is a scam. It's meant to keep the people down and be bogged down with student loans so they cannot actually get useful job skills. I'm just kidding. I mean, to some extent that's true, but I don't actually believe that there's no good to education. I'm just joking. I was just going to say, is the volume all the way up? No, it is not. It sounded like it was low. So there we go. All right, let's see how it sounds now.
It is a significant aspect that determines the future of a nation. In
Little
today's
better.
video, we will be exploring the age-old question of which country has the better education system, Singapore or the United States.
I would almost guarantee you Singapore. The United States education system has systematically broken down over the last 20 years. Like when I was a kid, the education system was much, much better than it is today. Now, the education system is like so bad. These kids are going to school and they come out and they don't even know anything. They don't even know how to read and write half the time. It's like, what is going on? So I wouldn't be surprised if they're like, yeah, Singapore is just like 20 times better than the US. Then again, this video is made by Singapore, so it might be a little one-sided, if you know what I'm saying.
We'll be diving deep into their education systems, comparing and contrasting their strengths and weaknesses, and ultimately determining which country comes out on top. So sit back and let's dive into the fascinating world of education. Singapore and the United States have different education systems. Singapore has a centralized education system, while the United States has a decentralized system. Singapore's education system is managed by the Ministry of Education, which sets the curriculum and standards. The United States education system is managed by individual states, which set their own curriculum and standards.
And quite frankly, this is something that a lot of people like in the United States. They're like, oh, from state to state, each state is self-governing and does stuff differently. But this is some of the reason why our country is so disjointed and has feelings of like lack of unity, lack of agreement. Like, for example, when COVID hit, right? Every state handled it completely differently. One state is completely locked down. One state has everything open. One state has mask mandates. One state doesn't give a shit. So because of that, how are you ever going to have any kind of uniformity or a consistent system that works when no one's abiding by the same rules? And that's the thing. You might have one state that has a really good education system and another state where it's complete ass. And there's no one regulating it. They just do whatever they want. So I get the whole idea behind states' rights, but in a lot of ways, I feel like having the non-centralized system for certain things may be a bad thing.
And I missed the Zenicat resub.
Singapore ranks higher than the United States. According to the Program for International Student Assessment, PSA. Results: Singapore ranks first in math, science, and reading.
Now wait a minute. Who is that organization? And are they located in Singapore? Because how are they saying that Singapore is the top in like the 3 big things, right?
While the United States ranks 37th, 18th, and 13th, respectively. This difference in academic achievement can be attributed to the different approaches to education in the two countries. Singapore's education system focuses on rote learning, memorization, and a rigorous curriculum.
Right,
What is rote learning? R-O-T-E, rote learning? I don't know what that means.
It is a highly structured system that places a lot of emphasis on academic excellence. Students are expected to study hard and excel in their academic performance.
Well, that's the difference between here and there.
Bro.
Half the time, it's like, do students even show up to class in the United States? Like, you're lucky if half the people are there. In Singapore, they're expected to actually treat it like a job, right?
The education system
My
is designed to
ears,
identify and develop the talents of each student, providing them with the necessary skills and knowledge to succeed in life.
I'm not even kidding you. Here where I live in Washington State, in the Seattle area of the United States, most of our street crime is performed by teenagers who should be in school. This is not a joke. We have actual organized gangs of 13, 14, and 15-year-olds who have guns, and they are actually carjacking people, and they are robbing stores at gunpoint, and they're committing crimes. This is not an exaggeration. Go search right now for news articles of the last year to 2 years here where I live. It's insane. These kids should be in school, and instead they're out there doing street crimes as gang members. That's the education system that we have. They don't even pay attention to it.
In contrast, the United States education system places more emphasis on creativity, critical thinking, and independent learning. The curriculum...
Independent learning. So not learning. The whole idea of going to school is that there's group learning. Everyone learns it together at the same, pace, and you have the same... Independent learning doesn't exist. Right? So what is it, homeschooling? Well, that means no schooling. It means that the kid's not going to learn anything because the parents don't fucking do shit. If anything, I've learned in the last 20 years, parents here in the United States are incredibly irresponsible. They do not hold up their end of the bargain when it comes to raising kids. They expect society to do it for them. So, homeschooled? Yeah, right. That kid ain't fucking learning nothing. That kid's probably running around the house bouncing off the fucking walls.
The curriculum is more flexible, and students have more freedom to choose their courses of study. The education system is designed to develop well-rounded individuals who can think independently and contribute to society.
Do they really think that's what kids do at regular school in the United States?
What do you know what fucking kids do, dipshit?
Maybe it's supposed to be Singapore.
Another difference between the education systems of the two countries is the level of investment in education. Singapore invests heavily in education, spending approximately 20% of its budget on education.
Wow.
The government provides free education for all Singaporean citizens, from primary school to university.
Oh my life.
Completely free school all the way through.
The United States invests less in education, spending about 6% of its budget
on education.
The cost of education in the United States is high, and not everyone can afford to go to college. In terms of teacher quality, both countries have highly qualified teachers. Singapore has a rigorous selection process for its teachers, and only the best candidates are selected to teach. Teachers in Singapore are also well trained and receive ongoing professional development. In the United States, teachers are required to have a bachelor's degree and a teaching certification. However, the quality of teacher training and ongoing professional development varies depending on the state and school district.
And again, because, there's no uniform qualification. So you could have one state where you send your kid to public school, not private, which is expensive, but public school, and it's good. The teachers are well qualified, they're intelligent, they're smart, they're professional, and your kid learns well. And you could have another state, one state over, and you send your kids to public school, and they just sit around doing activities, watching videos all day, and the teachers don't give a shit and don't do anything or dumb themselves. It's completely different. It's not equivalent. It's like, what the hell?
And that's a wrap on our exploration of which country has the better education system, Singapore or the United States. We hope you found this.
That was it. That was so short. It barely said anything. So essentially what they're saying is Singapore spends way more money on it and has higher qualifications for it, right? And everything's free.
Okay, I'm back in the zone.
Completely controlled by
help.
the government. The government owns
Wrong
the
screen.
system and you know, controls it all, right? So
Do you know what we haven't done today? Even we've had quite a lot of toxicity. We need to have like a palate cleanse. We need this. We need this. My other, there's one more after this. One more. Change the vibe of this game, I'll tell you that. Right. This is my other little favourite, like, weird, melancholic song of the moment. This is weird, bro. Reminds me of Floating Points.
mean, and listen, I want to know who's that ranking authority, the PISA or whatever they were. Like, who are they? And is that true that they are
Back
actually
to something
ranking
not
Singapore,
so
like,
chill and
top
positive.
in 3 different subjects or not? That I'd be interested to figure that out. But okay, but I'm not surprised to hear that the United States sucks. That makes sense to me. Okay, here we go.
I mean, you have to rest regardless. You have to rest regardless, and I think to properly train, you have to go heavy. Like, you can go to failure with a light weight and do higher reps, but even then, like, if you do that with legs, even if you did it properly, and you were doing a lighter weight, but you were doing like 30, 40 reps in exercise, but you properly went to failure, you would still need to rest. Regardless, if you're getting to failure properly, regardless of the weight, you still need to rest. Like, really. But I mean, you can just keep a general level of fitness and just do like full body. You can do something every day. But like, if you're talking about actually like building muscle and stuff like that, you do need to rest. Like, to be fair, you should rest with everything. Like, you can do something every day. But really, like, even with me, I'm proper obsessed with it. I've got to learn to like take the foot off and give yourself rest days regardless of what it is. It gives you that moment of clarity. Like, I think it's good for the mind as well. Personally. It's not like an excuse to do it. It's just like, oh, is it sinking? I thought it looked a bit fuzzy. Yeah, it was a bit fuzzy. How do animals stay in shape? They live in constant fear of their lives. That's why when we were hunter-gatherers, we was all shredded too. When we were all hunter-gatherers, there was no fat people. Everyone was shredded. They weren't necessarily big, and some of them would have still been unaesthetic, but nobody was big. There was probably very few actual fat people. Or out of shape, at least. Maybe, you know, depending on how safe a tribe of hunter-gatherers is. No, and they've all got, and they're all basically, like most of human civilization, through most of, I don't know about most of human history, but let's say through a large portion of human history, most human beings alive on the planet were kind of starving to death all the time. Like, no one was, like, people were surviving, and you can survive for a long time on very few resources. Exactly, Juzzy. The only fat people as we got into it was, as you say, like, leaders and people. Maybe.
Jazzy is here.
But for most people, for most regular humans, most people were, like, kind of semi-malnourished and or starving. Do you know what I mean? This is the thing. There was a lot more scarcity and poverty. Not like there isn't now. But obviously the world was far less developed. So there was more scarcity in general. Ease of access. Technology. Technology's made us this way. Swettenden and Fenrir, I see you. Yeah, until we started using like fire to be able to like cook the meat so we could eat it and stuff. What about fishing though? Although a lot of animals, including like, you know, all the different types of chimps and whatever else they think we're, well, not that we think we're semi-related to, but you see what I'm saying? They all kind of eat meat and shit, like raw. They're cannibals and shit as well, bro. A lot of chimps are cannibals. Fucked.
Sales rep crew doing the Super Bowl show for you. We're so bad, we know we're good. Nobody messes with our neighborhood. We didn't come here looking for trouble. We
Kamala Harris, wow.
Larry Tanner, I'm here to say, if you listen to me, I'll talk all day. Have a lot of bread rabbit on your cakes. Best thing you'll eat, for goodness sakes.
Wow.
Why? Every time I see something like this, I'm like, man, I want to watch like a Run DMC video, right? Like, I want to see the actual originator.
How old's this kid?
I love that you love root beer, caffeine free. I can get on board with that.
My mom doesn't like me drinking caffeine.
Oh, this is fucking insane. That kid's ill, bro. That can't be real, dude. That can't be real. This isn't the real world.
Do it the way that it's meant to be done, that everyone fucking copied them.
Brian
right?
S., how you doing?
Like, seriously, Run DMC innovated this style of rap, right? And they made it mainstream. And then everyone wanted to copy. And then, of course, after that, then rap evolved over the 90s to something very different. But, I mean, I totally respect Run DMC. I do.
Does he?
You know, you watch it and you're like, wow, this is really, you know.
He respects
really
Run
And then you
DMC.
see this, it's
Interesting
like,
words.
So every moronic
Now, guys.
generation decided that because Run DMC did something original, that they had to copy it.
Okay, and we're going to shit on other people now for no reason.
To do this shit. It's like, what the fuck?
I
So
see you
unoriginal.
and something here. Sorry, I
So this
missed that.
video is from 18
Something
years
here
ago
as
from
well.
early
Brian
YouTube,
S. and something
right?
there.
But doesn't really say about where it's from. Like, you know, where did it really originate? Yeah. Parodies of the Super Bowl Shuffle video recorded by the Chicago Bears in 1985. So even this is a parody of a parody. Do you see? It's a parody of a parody. Well, I'll listen to a little more of it, but I'm not going to listen to the whole thing. I'm sorry. That's unbearable crap, but here we
I
go.
didn't come here to pop my bubble. I came here to win the Super Bowl shovel.
Hello, everybody. I'm Charlie Carson. The time who fell, I preach like a parson. Grandma made sweet as she can be, finest syrup from the maple tree. I didn't come here to stand in a huddle. I came here to win the Super Bowl shuffle.
Call me Niles Landers, say I'm married out of touch. When it comes to selling, call me Mr. Clutch. Grey Poupon is full of spice. Spread it on a sandwich, it tastes so nice. I didn't come here to drop my duffel. I came here to
Yeah,
win the
yeah.
Super Bowl shuffle.
Oh my god, these guys, and this is what they selected for the actual video. They're not even in the rhythm. They're going like, I read it too fast, so I'm like 5 lyrics ahead, and now I'm going to try to rhyme it, but now I'm dead because
Is he
I
for
fucking
real?
suck and I cannot rhyme. I don't know why. I just wasted everyone's time.
Bro, I didn't see the grab shit come up.
4
No.
minutes. Let's fast forward.
Solid as a rock, I protect my
bro.
nerves like a great big jock. You better buy my brand, it's Hawaiian Punch. When it comes to other drinks, I'll eat your lunch. I didn't come here to huffle or buffle. I came here to win the Super Bowl shuffle.
Ron, yeah.
Nero's tongue looks so brutal.
Service with a smile, cause I know my faith. A1 keeps others on the run. It's great to be a member number one. I didn't come here to start no trouble. I came here to win a Super Bowl shuffle.
I'm Laura Moses. I'm Patsy Hughes. I'm Jan Bradshaw. And we're
American adverts always go the hardest. Like you people, your advertising is like next level. Like versus like everything else. Maybe someone like, yeah, I was literally about to say, maybe in Asia and Japan and places like that, because they go pretty wild as well. But they're more insane. Whereas the Americans is just like the hard sell. In Japan, they're just mental. At least some of the ones I've seen. Like when you see ones with like famous people, like Brad Pitt's done like Japanese adverts, and there's like other actors that have done like adverts in Japan and other countries where they like it don't get like, I guess it doesn't tarnish their legacy.
You're asking for trouble. We came here to win the Super Broker Shuffle.
Oh yeah, let's go.
The
Wow.
Super Broker Shuffle. What is a Super Broker? I don't even understand what that is. What's a Super Broker?
Does it matter?
Man, I really want to listen to some Run DMC right now.
The racist Chinese clothes washer
do.
commercial.
Like, this
No,
makes me
I
wanna
haven't
listen
seen
to
that.
Run DMC so bad because they're good, and this is just shit. All right, let's go to the next video.
Was a joke.
4 minutes.
Achievements are a permanent record of your digital accomplishments.
Oh my god,
Most of the time,
these
Oh, God, this
guys.
is so blurry. This must be ancient because the video is so blurry.
This is fucking ancient. On the old 360 dashboards, this guy and a couple of other people, they were kind of like UK versions of like there were, who was the guy, the main Xbox, Larry Nelson, Major Nelson, is it? He was like the main guy that I remember 360 era, but there was other people like him, like ambassadors and whatever. And on the early era of the 360, this was one of the guys where there was like a video on the dashboard you could play, like specifically just Xbox stuff. This was one of the cunts who was there.
Blurry. It's only. Oh no! It selected the wrong quality. It's still old though. If it's only 720p.
Yes, DSP.
They're a badge of honor, a public display of your skills and abilities. Sometimes, however, they're a downright embarrassment, and there's no way of removing them, leaving you on the video game equivalent of the sex
It's all the embarrassing achievements, is what it is, right?
offenders register. Here are 8 achievements
sex
you'd be deeply
offenders
ashamed to have
register.
anyone see on our gamer card.
So you wonder, this game just got remastered, and by the way, the remastered version apparently is atrociously bad. Like everyone says, it crashes, it runs like shit, which is hilarious because it's a fucking remaster. But I wonder if this achievement still exists in it, right?
Zombies suck dick at driving.
I swear I did it by mistake as an achievement you get.
Oh
in
yeah,
Lollipop
this
Chainsaw
guy.
For looking up Juliet Starling's skirt.
I do seem to remember looking up a couple of these dudes on Xbox, and they had like pitiful gamer scores. I always remember that.
The fact even the achievement name is ashamed of itself should give you some indication that the permanent shame of having this achievement on your gamer card probably isn't worth the 10G you get for it.
I swear I did it by mistake.
Kill it!
Exposure detected.
Command & Conquer 3 is set in 2047. How can we work that into an achievement, a game designer once said? I know, how about we make the player press the A button 2,047 times, he continued, apparently unchallenged. Is it worth 20G and the associated repetitive strain injury? No, is the answer.
Oh, this one too. Yep. Azura's Wrath.
View of the Valley is an achievement you can get in Asura's Wrath for staring at a girl's chest.
How embarrassing.
Hey, Asura's Wrath, I appreciate the euphemistic title. Here are a few more in case you get stuck for the sequel.
Well, there was no sequel. 0G, 20 straight losses. 20 straight losses, 0 gamer points.
That's unfortunate.
Wow.
This achievement for losing 20 consecutive online matches in Dead or
Yeah, I
Alive
can
4
see why this
is
thing
an
didn't last. These
embarrassment
people are
double
annoying.
whammy. Not only does it not have a euphemistic
I guess it's
title,
just old
meaning
school.
that anyone looking at your gamer card will know exactly how badly you suck at Dead or Alive 4, but it's also worth 0G, meaning you don't even get any gamer score for your humiliation.
Oh, this was, oh yeah. So Dead or
Wow.
Alive 4 was one of the early fighting games for Xbox 360. So most people owned it because there was no Street Fighter, there was no Tekken, there was no Mortal Kombat. That was the first fighting game, and everyone wanted a fighting game for Xbox 360. I had it too, and I played it, and it ran great. It was beautiful at the time. The graphics,
Beautiful.
60 frames and everything.
Oh,
But it's a
yeah,
shame
it was
the game doesn't
beautiful.
Play very well, but it was a nice game for the time period.
Cool. GPM, I see you.
Long Road Ahead.
Slightly kinder is the Long Road Ahead achievement in Guitar Hero 2. That name masks the fact that the achievement is for failing a song on easy, and the 10 Gs you get for it presumably cushion the blow. Still, embarrassing.
Damn.
I'm usually much better than this, honest.
Yeah.
Maybe Duke Nukem is a sophisticated satire, or maybe it's as dumb as it appears. Either way, if you get the Shake It Baby,
She doesn't like Duke Nukem.
Everyone will know you gave money to a virtual stripper to see her jig around with a top
I don't know if I have that achievement, but I have done this many times playing this game.
Shake it, baby.
And he goes, "You want to dance?"
Wow. Snake beater.
Okay, so friends who look at your gamer card and see the description for this achievement will see "Get caught by Otacon stimulating yourself." That's pretty bad.
What?
As bad as Snake's expression during the act? You be the judge of that.
What do you think you're doing, Snake?
Did I get
You don't
that
have
one?
enough to keep you busy?
We're taking our 10 Gs and getting out of here.
Try to remember the mission if you can.
Snake
I don't think I did that.
Finally,
Wow.
there are some games that are, how you say, bad, but easy to get all 1000 G in. Now, we're not these achievement horse people we keep hearing about. It's a weird saying. I don't even think a horse can play games with hooves.
There's nothing
Oh,
special about it.
Anyway, you wouldn't catch us playing these.
Big ups
What
to
the
GPM,
fuck is
one
this?
of the most unique individuals on the website. Go follow his streams.
Racism in a Chinese laundry detergent advertisement. Oh god, he's gonna be white. He's gonna come out and he's gonna be white. Oh my god. Oh my. Oh, wild,
俏
dude.
皮洗衣溶珠
Yeah.
俏皮全国招生热线
Yeah.
400-800-5086
Oh, brilliant. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, it must be good. I want to buy some now. Is that good? It can change the race of a person. Like, that's some heavy duty shit. What else can it do?
These easy games just to
Wild.
artificially
Why
inflate
is
our
there a
gamer
muscular
score.
man
Things like-
screaming?
Just
Black
don't
Myth
actually
Wukong.
trust
It's alright. I've been playing it.
Because we're telling the truth, and that would mean you didn't trust us.
It's alright.
What's the
I actually played the TMNT game. It was cheap. I think it was like $10. And it's actually not a bad game. It's just very easy. But if you liked TMNT at the time, so you're talking like late 2000s, that was the 3D movie had come out, the CGI movie. The game wasn't actually that bad. It was a good movie tie-in, but yeah, it's easy as piss to get all those points. All right, we'll do one more video for this part before we split it. Let's see what's next.
I'm very excited about this video and about this device that I'm about to show you. This
guy again
is the Roland Bridgecast 1. It's an XLR interface with mixing controls.
So it's an XLR interface like I have here. I have the Scarlett Focusrite. It's like the Focusrite Scarlett I something something something. So it's supposed to be something like that.
Built-in voice effects, flexible I/O, and it's $179. I think a lot of people are going to be excited about this.
I mean, mine I've had for 10 years and it still works fine. I don't even need anything new, I don't think, because this has been working not endlessly for a decade. Mine has 2 microphone inputs, so if I ever wanted to have a second mic in my setup here, I could actually have another person and we both be talking and it would sound great. So his is a little bit less. Yeah, it's 2i2. I think the Scarlett 2i2. I think that's the unit I'm using.
In my opinion, the Roland Bridgecast 1 completes the trifecta of audio devices that have released in the last month. We have versatility with the Elgato because it's essentially a Stream Deck. We have power with the Beacon, and with the Roland Bridgecast 1, we have value. And for creators to have this level of choice for the first time, super excited. I'm going to do a full comparison video soon, like next month, and talk about why I gave them each these scores. So if you want to see that, make sure.
He's saying the Stream Deck's versatile because it's a Stream Deck plus it's one of these XLR devices.
Help.
He says the middle one has high power, but then the one on the right has value. I wonder why he thinks the one on the right has more value.
Make sure you subscribe. While you're down there, hit the like button. This video is sponsored by Roland, so I won't be doing...
The video is sponsored by Roland. Well, what the hell? So how can I believe what you're saying? If the video is sponsored by the thing you're about to kiss its butt, then how can I believe what you're actually saying about the device? Right? I'll be honest, I don't know if I can, right? If it's a video spot, the whole video is a paid sponsorship thing, right? So, can you believe it? I don't think so. I really don't think he's saying so. He's saying, he said, I'm not going to do a comparison video.
We killed the Mizuki
this video is
thing.
sponsored by Roland, so he only is going to talk about the Roland device. Like, yeah, but then we can't trust what you're saying at all. He's exactly. I actually don't think I want to watch the video. I understand whoever submitted this, you probably wanted me to learn about this device. I use the Scarlett. It's the Focusrite Scarlett 2i2, I believe, and it has 2 inputs for this style of studio mic, which I don't know exactly what that jack is called. But yeah, I have 2 of those, and it has an overall monitor dial that I don't even touch. I don't even know what that is. Monitor dial. It's got a few things on there. I just never touch it. It's got like things that you could flip, something about monitor. I never touch any of the buttons on it at all. Like never. Because I just plugged it in and then boom, it just worked. I wonder what's on the back of it. I see.
I do.
It actually has audio out on the back if I want to have the audio like go out to another source as well besides the PC. Yeah. Well, let's go a little further, but it sounds like he's just gonna kiss the thing's butt.
Doing a deep comparison video.
I have him right here.
One of them is the sponsor.
In this little spot.
Video. But let's get back to Roland. This is actually Roland's 3rd device. They released the original Bridgecast back in 2023, and then about a year later, they released the Bridgecast X, and now they've released the 1. And with each of these releases, I've actually met with the team, either on Zoom or meeting experience. So
fucking quiet on his.
Back to the 1. They sent me this device a couple months ago, and 3rd time's a charm.
Yeah, actually wasted.
Carves out a space in gaming gear that just currently doesn't exist. It just does pretty much everything you need an XLR interface to do for nearly half the price of the
Headset. So there's your mic input. Headset, aux, line out, USB, console PC. It works with consoles as well. So I would be able to make this studio style mic work as a microphone input on my console if I want to. That's interesting.
Okay.
That's pretty interesting. Because I don't think we've seen that yet, have we? That you can use any microphone you want on your console? I don't think so. I don't understand what game effects mean.
I'm not using fists, I'm using dual katanas.
I don't understand that.
I'm watching dual katanas.
I'll show you. Let's go over that list of 4 things I mentioned.
What is it even used for? I mean, it makes sense if you like having different audio sources if you need to switch between them quickly or turn one up and down. I understand the need for one potentially. DSP don't need nothing like that.
Requires a powerful preamp to
you don't need nothing like that.
Mic sounds okay. Any mic will sound okay, and you can hear it sounds fine right now. The preamp built into this has up to 75 dB of gain, which is more than you'll ever need. I think I'm only using about 50 for this microphone. It's got a whole suite of plugins to polish up your voice, like EQ, compression, a noise gate. It's all there.
Yeah, but we ever use that because you're going to be using this to do something else like OBS. So you're just going to use OBS's plugins. You're probably not going to be using their proprietary stuff.
And something that stands out is all those effects are processed on the device, which does 2 things for you. First, it means your PC doesn't have to process all the effects, so it can focus on frames in your game. And 2, it means that if you're plugging your headphones into this and listening to your voice back in your headset, you can hear those effects in real time. Let's jump into thing number 2, the mixing. The Roland team and I have spent hours on calls at this point talking about the mixing functionality and how to make that user experience perfect. And they've already made a couple changes based on feedback that I gave them. You have all your software channels that you normally have, and then you can assign 3 to the device itself.
Weird.
By default, they're the mic, the chat, and the game. You click the dial in the middle to toggle between the 3 channels, or you have something called balance mode. And balance mode is really cool.
I did a few things like that.
Channel onto that middle dial for faster adjustments. And this is really cool because the chat and game channels are typically the 2 that you need to adjust quickly in the middle of a game, and now you can do it without toggling.
So he's saying you can adjust your volume, like your talking volume, but then you can adjust the game chat volume, so the level of the people talking in game chat, and then also the actual game volume.
Now,
on
guys,
the fly just by touching the knob. You don't have to
touching
go
the
through
knob
menus to do it. You don't have to fuck around. This thing will adjust it on the fly through the device. That's all well and good, but will it also adjust it for your feed? So, for example, what if you're streaming? I get that maybe it'll adjust everything for you, but is it also going to adjust everything for the audience, right?
Okay.
Or is it only adjusting it through the device? Is the device processing the audio and adjusting the audio only for what you're hearing through your headphones? That doesn't seem to be clear.
I don't remember the story.
Lady Charisma says most software
It's too
can be
late for
passed
that.
through OBS now. These effects can be used in it, or at least my audio interface allows that, since the interface becomes its own input. Gotcha.
Without even looking at the device. If you turn the dial towards the chat side, the game volume lowers. And if you turn it towards the game side, it lowers the chat. I think most gamers are going to use this in balance mode because it's so much faster to adjust. And so I gave them a slightly different idea. And Roland and I would actually love to hear your feedback on these two different approaches and which one you like better. I suggested that because what you're really doing is turning down the chat or turning down the game, that you treat each side like a separate fader. So if you want to turn down the chat, you pull down the chat side. And if you want to turn down the game, you pull down the game side. And then you hold the middle button to snap both faders back to their default level. And then use the sides on the side to essentially show the fader level. That just felt a little bit more intuitive to me. And if you agree, leave a 2 in the comments. And if you agree with Roland's original way of doing it, put a 1 in the comments and any reasoning you might have. And then in the next call I have with Roland, we will most likely discuss your comments. I also just found out these guys are going to be at TwitchCon this weekend. So if a budget device is what you're looking for and you want the chance to give them some feedback in person, I'm going to be doing it. I suggest you do it.
How much is it? I think he said it was like $170 or something at the beginning of the video. I believe when I bought my Scarlett a decade ago, it was over $200. But that was a decade
How
ago.
close it was?
I have
Yeah,
no
not
idea what this
close.
device would cost now.
Not close. Like, this is a playthrough from what I started, like, I'm not sure when I started this one.
The Bridgecast one,
Maybe like 6 months ago, 8 months ago.
like the effects we talked about earlier,
And then started playing something else.
So you
I'm
can
not far
do a
into
voice
the
changer
game.
I could make myself sound silly by messing with the
You
device.
might see
over
some
here, and you
waifus.
guys would hear it on stream. Okay, that's
I've got to
kinda
get past
interesting.
some very
Not a silly
annoying
thing.
bosses.
You do a little
That
song,
big
sing a
like
song with
mutant
a
thing out in the courtyard. I've got to do.
Okay, I get that.
Who else?
And the way you control
Who else was hard? Boar guy, half man, half boar guy.
Voice effects that you can switch between.
He was hard.
Holding the button and turning the dial. You can also put effects on your game audio, and it works the same way. And you can use this to do things like quickly boosting footstep volume near the end game. And the last thing we're talking about here is a nice touch, because it's something that's missing from a lot of current gaming mixers, and that is the I/O. It brings back that simple
Snake lady?
they call aux.
No, I remember her. I remember the snake.
To do a simple 2 PC streaming setup, or if you're on a 1 PC
Snake lady, I don't remember. Maybe she
the
was.
USB can plug into a PC, or you just flip that switch to console mode and you can plug it into a PlayStation 5 or a Nintendo Switch. It's interesting.
To be fair, the first time I played it with the
PS5 or Nintendo
Odachi,
Switch. But as PC, I wonder if it would work on an Xbox.
which I reckon was maybe a bit, I don't know, easier.
You can connect to an Xbox, so I'm going to assume that's an Xbox issue. And the last thing on
I've
there,
occasionally been
people
using
that
like a
PC
just a
setup,
single
that
katana
is
on this
connected
guy,
over USB
but
to
not
a
really.
Streaming PC. That would mean your gaming PC is going into the aux port, and so that last switch changes those game effects we talked about to apply to the aux input and not the USB input. I think that was a nice little touch. There's a lot of stuff for one.
Well, that's confusing. I have to figure that out. Like, so I would want this to be plugged into my streaming PC for sure, because I want you to hear my microphone. But what I'm in the gaming. Oh, I understand. What he's saying is you could take an aux in of your gaming.
Burnt out, yeah, I bet, Jazzy. I know what you mean.
See, I wouldn't even care about that then. I would only use.
I think
this.
I've done the snake boss on this save.
I would use this as my new XLR device. Take in my microphone. I would use the effects to change voice changing and stuff. But I don't think I would ever use it for the in-game adjustments, because that's basically, this would work perfect if your streaming PC is the same as your gaming PC, right? If everything's all in one, that's your all-in-one device that you want to use. It has everything. But if you're doing a 2 PC setup, I don't know. Like what he's saying is you'd have to have an aux in. How would you even do that? You'd have to have an audio out from the PC
Someone else is throwing shit at me.
into this, and then have this be your audio input on your capture PC rather than taking the audio out of the game feed, but you still need to take the video feed out of your gaming PC. So now you would actually be taking an audio and video feed as two separate sources in OBS
my God,
and
look
trying
at
to
this.
combine them as one. Like, that's way convoluted.
Bro,
That's way convoluted. For me, the one use I can see for this is that it's a more modernized version of what I have. I bet it would sound slightly better than what I have now, like maybe a little bit better. And I would probably use some of the voice changing effects just to be silly. I mean,
I've got to go back and get heals. Just wasted so many on just dudes throwing bombs.
For certain situations, it'd be funny. But outside of that, I probably wouldn't care about the
Advice
game
on
effects,
motivation,
the game
getting
chat,
out of the house.
game audio adjuster. So I would never use this for my game audio. This would only be for my microphone input.
Advice on motivation.
I get it. All right, cool.
And getting
That's a cool
out
device.
of the house.
If I need a new,
you
a
have
new
to.
XLR
Oh, the dude is there, by the way.
Right? Maybe I would look in.
Ultimately, the things you seek in life, GPM, are out of that door to a certain extent. A lot of the fulfillment that you see is out there. And you have to ask yourself, do you want to be in your 40s doing the same things you're doing now? Living in your elderly parents' house, making like chicken nuggets at 2 a.m. and live streaming. Like, I'm not saying live streaming is an inherently bad thing. I do it every fucking day. And you still have time. You got plenty of time. You got plenty of time to do something and slowly improve your life, get out of the house, and, as I say, change things for the better. But you gotta want it, dude. You just can't. You can't. Making excuses is just too easy. You need to like smash your PC or something. Do you know what I mean? You need to like make it impossible for you to like remain the way you are. The more you do it, the easier it gets. The more you do it, the easier it gets. The more you do it, the easier it gets. That's why you get better at, you know, a computer game and shit. Because you practice it more. Ugh. That's why you can get Master in Street Fighter and I can only get whatever it was, 3-star silver. Because it's practice. And it's hard. But it builds skill and character and all those other things. They're going to give you the tools to keep going out of your house, doing different things, and trying to find a better life for yourself. Do you know what I mean? Camping Dutchman, how you doing? He did. He did. He's had $200 tips, this guy. He's loving life. Let's get some super chats in, guys. Let's get them going. Are you 1,300 points, does he? Bro. Listen, I liked playing as Akuma. Didn't someone clip me doing that fucking... Someone clipped it. I know they did. Someone clipped it. Did I look at this earlier? No, so I think someone just posted it in the chat or something. Look at this. Look at me. Look at this fucking troll. Oh, how can I have changed the thing? Make it big. Whatever. Got him! Got him, bro! That was fun. That stupid move is fun. That fucking move is fun, dude. Oh, that shit's fun.
Into that, but I mean, this thing's been working for 10 freaking years.
Why is there a
this
muscular
focus,
man
right?
screaming?
I never had an issue with it. So I don't know, how soon.
I was only fighting against
my
Frogger.
microphone's great, right? You guys always tell me my audio.
I've only just started. I have to like
need to be working on a
learn Akuma, bro.
Like this
He is better than Jamie.
But at least now I know
he's like
a cool device.
I don't know about
like
weight
the
well.
voice changing stuff. That's cool.
Maybe at least for me, he's better than Jamie,
okay,
dude.
guys, that's it for part 1.
Yeah, I challenged Frogger.
For the week, episode 83.
No, what actually happened was O tried to instigate a fight, a Street Fighter match against me and Frogger because I was playing it the other day and I was raging because I was raging and not rematching people who use modern controls because it annoyed me. And then O tried to instigate a match between me and Frogger, and I said, okay, if he uses classic controls. And then I said, and if he beats me, I'll bow down. And Frogger said, okay. But then when he was practicing with the classic controls, he decided it's a bit more difficult. So we let him use modern. But it was very fun. We let him use modern, but it was very fun. I won a little bit. I was very pleased with how it went down. We changed characters. I used Jamie and I used Akuma, as you saw. We did the Raging Demon. It was worth all of it just to do Raging Demon and get excited like a stupid little child that I am. Yeah, I think you're right, Captain Dutchman. It's probably how I see it again. Just these few same people.
See you in the next part. All right.
See you in the next part.
Good stuff. So, FYI, I look good, right? Like the visuals are okay because right now I have.
It was a positive and meaningful event.
Blackout curtains
correct.
Opened a little bit to get fresh air, and it
was
feels
indeed
good. It actually is feeling nice to have the fresh air coming.
We'll do it again.
So maybe this is what
I'll do it again.
It gets cooler. This is the way for me to get the air in here.
100%. I'll do it again.
Right. So this is with the blinds opened a bit. Let me close them all the way. So as you
I
can
look good,
see,
right?
The background now is super.
You might as well have gone like
right?
that. I look good, right?
That's the trade-off. Is in the afternoons, if it's a warmer day and I want to have cooling air, the background's not going to.
I look good, right?
But I have the option to move the curtains over and get some air circulation in here, which I'm enjoying. It's actually working.
Oh, look at that!
So I'll probably
Controller battery, no!
I could also try the other side. Let me try the other side and see how that affects it. Hold on.
Let me get the controller.
Oof, Maron, he looks terrible.
Oh. Being dumb. The other side wouldn't work because how could it work? The other side doesn't have the open window. Only the right-hand side of my window opens. This window is stupid. It's a really dumb window. There's only a screen on one half of it. The other half is just a window that doesn't move. It's just glass. So I can't even open that side of the window. It's permanently closed. I can only open the right-hand side of my sliding window.
Very sus mission. Here we go.
They're like custom size. I can't even order proper curtains for it.
I don't know what's up there.
Anyway. All right, so I guess we'll leave it like this is fine for this afternoon. Okay. So thank you all for your support. What a great stream so far. Thank you, everyone chilling. Guys, if you're enjoying the show, please give it a like. We're at 56. Let's get it to 100 likes. We can definitely get 100 likes by the end of the show. Now, we've gotten no super chats and no membership since the show started on.
Bro, you have $283.
Appreciated. It is true that we did hit the King's Coffee.
Yeah.
That was all over on DSP Gaming and all through chips. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some memberships on here.
What?
Let's get some support for DSP Reacts, right?
Let's get some support for DSP Reacts, right? Doesn't he always say anything you give now carries over? You know, I saw today the tips and that. Bro, really? Let's get some support. Let's get some tips going.
That we did hit the King's Coffers goal. That was all over on DSP Gaming and all through tips. Let's get some super chats. Let's get some memberships on here. Let's get some support for DSP Reacts, right? And I will shout it out, and it adds to the goal if you do a super chat.
Yeah, adds to the goal that we've already hit.
All right, cool. Let's continue, everyone.
It adds to the goal that we've already hit.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to DSP versus the
I think you're right about that, Captain Dutchman. This whole thing of if he can get money out of that community, and he knows, listen, he's well aware that he knows a lot about the game. Look, I don't think DSP is this smart, but if he knows a lot about that game and he can play champions to that level, and he gets people in that community watching his streams and giving him money to do it, eventually down the line he can do the one final reveal of, okay, I am still down from the rafters. I didn't want people to keep fucking with that account. I wanted them to leave me alone. Reveal it, stream on the real account with all of his best cards. He could, couldn't he? I don't think he's that smart, but he could. He could.
Did you know that Netflix does not offer traditional health insurance to their employees? Instead, Netflix offers a $15,000 yearly allowance.
Wow.
If you want, you can use this with one of Netflix's Kaiser or collective health plans, but you can also use the allowance with any provider you want. And
I would still
if you
give him
end
the
up
money, you're
spending
correct.
less than $15,000 on health insurance, you can even get up to $5,000 back. And it's not just your health insurance benefit that you can get in cash either. You can actually get all of your benefits in the form of cash, even including your stock compensation. This approach has resulted in Netflix paying the highest cash salaries in the world, period. Basically, imagine Google tier compensation, but all in the form of cash. That's Netflix. Combine this with the fact that Netflix tries to provide each employee with 100th percentile salaries, and things get crazy real fast. Take software engineers, for example. The highest paid software engineer at Netflix who has submitted their salary to levels is a back-end engineer located in Chicago, earning $1.5 million per year. If you take a closer look, you'll see that the salary consists of $1.5 million in cash, 0 in stock, and 0 in bonus. Google does have similarly paid engineers as well. The highest paid engineer at Google comes in at $1.27 million per year. But if you take a closer look, you'll see that only $340,000 of that is in cash. $794,000 is in the form of stock, and $139,000 is in the form of a bonus.
Wow.
And this is
Just
not
hears the
just
words
case
cash
with
and
software
his
engineers
fucking ears
either.
prick up, dude.
Whether you're a technical program manager, a product manager, or even the CEO, your compensation can be taken entirely in the form of cash. Last year, Netflix's co-CEO Ted Sarandos, for example, received $20 million in cash.
So I wonder why more companies don't do it that way. Why do companies insist that you get their
I don't know. Why don't we ask them?
plan? Why do they say you must take this retirement fund this way? Is there a benefit to them? And is there a higher cost?
This is great insight here.
I wonder. I mean, it's no concern to me. I'll never get any of this, but you know.
This makes Netflix
Okay.
the
I don't know.
highest
Okay, well,
payer
great.
in the world, period.
I'll
There
never
may
get
be
any of
some
it.
exceptions here and there that make more than what
I'll
Netflix
never get
offers,
any of it.
but as an
I'll never get any of
organization,
these other
no one
people's
pays
retirement
higher cash
money.
salaries than Netflix.
Not
This
the
doesn't mean that
corporation,
you're
some
forced to take
random
cash,
CEO.
though. If you want to take stock, you can let HR know, and they can convert your entire compensation to stock. The founder of Netflix, Reed Hastings, for example, chose to take his $40 million package mostly in stock. Most employees, however, generally choose fully cash compensations.
Yeah, I mean, because cash is something you can use now. As opposed to if you put it in stock.
And stock
you
is
have to
something
wait
that you
for
can
the stock
invest
value
in
to
and
go
make a
up,
legacy
but
for
you
your
need to
entire
invest, when you
family.
take the money out, then you have to pay taxes on the dividends and shit, and then you can finally, use the money or whatever. I get it, and plus stock's volatile. Stock is volatile at any moment. What happens if Netflix tanks for some reason? Now you lost all your money, right?
So here's how Netflix ended
not
up
just
becoming
how those
the
things
cash
work, though,
king,
is it? Oh.
and the pros and cons of this practice.
And a lot of people do like half and half and shit.
These
It's not like this
crazy
is like
high
an
cash
alien
salaries
concept.
are no doubt
Even if you ain't rich,
unorthodox,
you can still
but
understand
that's just
something
one
like
of
this
the many
works.
practices at
Like
Netflix
really
that are
DSP.
unorthodox. Reed Hastings has an extremely unique leadership style.
I don't want to hear about his leadership
All right,
style.
so
I want to
that's
hear
why
what's
Netflix
good and bad
offers
about
their
this.
compensations in cash. But is there actually any real benefit to this? Well, absolutely. For one, employees don't have to deal with stock fluctuations.
What I just said.
Here's the thing. The stock compensation figures that you see on salary websites aren't constant figures. Let's take a Facebook director, for example. According to Levels, a Facebook director earns $881,000 per year in stock. However, this compensation figure only comes to fruition if the stock price stays constant throughout the job. In other words, Facebook will not provide you with more shares of stock just because the share price falls. Instead, a set number of shares are determined when you get hired. Usually, these stock plans are set up to last 4 years from the day you get hired. So, if you get hired as a Facebook director, you wouldn't be offered $881,000 per year. Rather, you'd be offered $3.5 million for the next 4 years at current share prices.
Right.
From there, you'll get access to a portion of this stock every year. This might not sound like a big difference.
What's up,
but
Ratio? How you
it definitely can be. For example, imagine that you were hired at Facebook in September of...
Well, this is all we were saying. So why? This is why cash is king, because there's no fluctuation. So why would cash be
Cash
bad?
is king.
Let's hear about that. Why would cash be a bad
Listen
thing?
to DSP. Cash is
While
king.
fully cash compensations have a lot of perks, like anything, they also come with a fair
You want to
number
bring
of
back
cons
down
as
from
well.
the rafters onto the
For
stream,
example,
knowing money
while
could be
cash
pumped.
salaries
Yeah,
may seem
yeah,
nice
exactly.
in recessionary periods,
Exactly.
in bull
He's
markets,
already
it's
kind
the
of
exact
doing it.
Opposite. Let's go back to the Facebook director.
He's already
Instead
kind of doing it
assuming
with
that
the
you joined in
fucking
2021,
like
what if we assume that you
the
joined
fact
in
that
2017?
he's starting a
Between
brand new
2017 and
account and said, like, what's insane? He started a brand new account. He said to people, well, I'm just going to do this with you guys. I don't want to show my main one because I don't want to get harassed, blah, 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 blah. My main one that I do also spend money on, but not so much now, and I sold my other account. He starts this new account just to do it on stream once a week with the chat, whatever else, casual. He spent like $700-800 on this. $800 odd. Like, and has just completely forgotten how insane and out of touch that looks, especially considering he just lied about this for the best part of 10 years. He's so fucking stupid and so insane and so wrapped up in all his own lies, he can't keep none of this shit straight in his head, the story he's supposed to be telling. Like, bro, can you imagine the inside of this fucking lunatic's brain? Jesus Christ.
2021, Facebook stock grew by over 100%. This means that if you joined Facebook in 2017, your stock compensation would have grown to over $1.7 million in 2021, despite the fact that you're doing the same job. This in turn would increase your total compensation from
That's a dumb reason. So you say, oh, if you just got insanely lucky and the stock did skyrocket, you would have gotten paid more. Yeah, but that's a risk. I would much rather have the cash because it's safe. I want the safe investment. I don't want to do the work and then get screwed and not get appropriate compensation because the valuation of the company went down because of some dicks on Wall Street. So, okay. Interesting, because I did not know that. And to have a cash option like that is very interesting. Let's go to the next video.
First released in arcades in early 2000, Marvel vs. Capcom 2 New Age of Heroes doesn't really need an introduction. We all know about the game's giant character roster, big combos, and killer soundtrack, so I won't go deep into the obvious stuff. With the upcoming release of the Marvel vs. Capcom collection for modern consoles and PC, I was overjoyed to see the original games making a grand return, especially games with very few ports like X-Men Children of the Atom and X-Men vs. Street Fighter.
Yep.
But this got me thinking about Marvel 2, because while this game has had many ports over the years, I've realized that I've never tried all of them out, so that's what we're here to do. Let's explore every single port of this game to see both the positives and the negatives of each version, and also to shine some light onto the forgotten versions of the game, like the iOS port for example. As a disclaimer, I do lack access to some of the consoles this game was ported to, so I'm mostly going to be relying on emulation to record footage, although I do own a copy of the original Xbox and Xbox 360 versions of the game, so I can play those on actual hardware, the cost for new items being semi-randomized. After unlocking all of the characters on both...
Oh, I remember this. This is the Dreamcast version, and in the Dreamcast version, you had to basically unlock everything. Nothing was unlocked. It was just like the arcade, where in the arcade you had to play a certain amount of time, and then all the characters would unlock. Or you had to put in a certain amount of credits and the characters would unlock. On the Dreamcast version, you had to, like, have play hours.
Yeah, when
so
he talks negatively about the fucking the mobile games and what they do to you and how they get you and whatever else.
For 3 days. Like, you had to have it
like,
for a week before you could get
when
everybody.
it's like him he's talking about. It's like how they get you, how they got him.
Both the arcade and the Dreamcast
Not all the people
version,
in
you
his
may
chat,
notice that
him.
the character select screen itself has been altered for the home console version. Some characters are in completely different spots, and this always throws me for a loop when I go between the different games.
Throws me for a loop.
Going back to the secret factor for a moment, the way I described it only applies to the Western versions of the game. But according to a quote from the Cutting Room Floor website, the method for unlocking characters and other content in this game was pretty straightforward. The more you play, the more points you earn, which can be used to buy things in the secret factor. This wasn't the case for the Japanese version, where you had 3 different sets of points. D points, which were earned in arcade mode as in other regions, V points, which were earned by plugging your VMU into a Marvel vs. Capcom 2 arcade machine and playing the game, and N points, which were earned by playing online matches. The 3-tier point system was streamlined into a single point system for the US version due to the online mode being removed from this version, and VMU support being removed from the US version of the arcade version. That's right, in Japan, you could physically plug your VMU into the arcade cabinet and play online matches too. While online play was cut from the Dreamcast port's Western version, I still consider this to be part of the game, and it's obviously a huge...
Why? You might say, why was it cut? Because in Japan, they have different internet than in the rest of the world. In Japan, all of the internet is owned by the government. So the government owns the infrastructure, and therefore the internet quality in Japan is insanely good. As early as the time of Street Fighter 4, so 2009, you could play online play in Japan, and it was great. People were like, dude, it feels like you're playing someone sitting next to you, because their internet is absolutely top-notch. But for the rest of the world, the internet's far inferior. So if they had online play for this game and you tried to play it, it wouldn't work. So they had to remove it completely. So how cool was that in Japan they actually had online play for Marvel 2 at the beginning of the 2000s? That's insane to think. Fighting games were being played online in like 2000 in Japan. Yeah, that's wild.
Huge difference between the two. To be perfectly honest with you, other than the things I've mentioned already, I don't notice any big changes in the Dreamcast port. The Dreamcast version and the arcade version are almost identical, and it just goes to show how good this home port is. It's still being played by top-level players to this very day, and for example, Romnito uploads multiple videos a day on his YouTube channel, and hell, people have figured out how to mod the game to have new music, stages, textures, etc. Overall, there's really nothing negative I have to say about this version of the game, and if you want to play it online, I highly recommend it via an emulator. I've had the pleasure of playing Marvel vs. Capcom 2 on a 4x3 monitor at my fighting game locals in the past, and even on the original hardware to this day, it feels fantastic. I do believe that the Dreamcast version has some little gameplay changes and some bug fixes, but it's still the competitive standard for a reason. It's still...
It's very close to the arcade version. There's like two differences, and they're minor, and they don't really change competitive play. So everyone always, as soon as the Dreamcast version came out, that became the tournament standard after arcades were phased out, and that was what was played for like a decade. So
he didn't sell the account. John Gonzalez hated
lists a bunch of things wrong with the PS2 port, so I wanted to test them out.
PS2.
For reference, I'm playing this on the PCSX2 emulator in the PS2's native resolution, and I also haven't enabled any graphical or audio enhancements. We're not starting off strong here, because the game looks sort of blurry, and it just looks a lot less clear than the Dreamcast version. I thought that I needed to put on my glasses when I was playing it, but I soon realized that this is just how the game looks. The colors also look a little bit different too, and I think that it's due to how washed out the whole thing is on the PS2. Also, before I even got past the main menu, I noticed that the game's audio quality isn't amazing.
Yeah, the audio is terrible. They crushed the audio files. They must have fucking compressed the living shit out of them. So they sound atrociously bad.
Okay, good.
Storm, for example, has had all of her sound effects really compressed, and some of her sound effects have even changed, and it just doesn't sound right. I'm unsure why the PS2 port has both compressed versions of the original sounds and brand new sounds mixed together, but maybe it was due to hardware limitations. In terms of gameplay, it feels mostly the same as the original Dreamcast release on a surface level. Basic B&B still work, and all the characters are here, which is good. Some of the glitches, like Gambit's way to leave the planet, have been removed, so it seems like Capcom went in and they did some fixing to the game's code. They didn't stop with bug fixes, however, as when you start looking into it, you realize that some pretty major aspects of the game balance have been changed too. Let's look at Cyclops, one of the most popular characters in the game. He's known for his godlike anti-air assist Gene Splice. This is a fantastic get-off-me tool with invincibility, but not in the PS2 port. This move can now be easily beaten out by a normal, a special, or even a super, so it's nowhere near as good as it was in the original.
Wow!
Speaking of nerfs, I've heard that alpha counters in general have all been nerfed to not be as safe as they are in the original, and this is also a pretty big change. Going back to assists, some characters with really good ones, like Tronbon for example, with her ring projectiles have remained the same. This move still hits like a truck, and perhaps it's due to Capcom either forgetting or just not bothering to nerf it. Some of the more broken stuff from the original Dreamcast version was removed, and some of it was kept in, so the balance changes in the PS2 port just feel really inconsistent as a result.
And that's why you wouldn't want to play that. It's too inconsistent. If it was arcade, you know, okay. But why make different changes to it? It doesn't even make sense, right? Oh my god, look at this.
That's enough DSP for me.
So I hooked up my original Xbox, I found my totally legitimate copy of the game, and I fired it up. Even though I played the game on original hardware, I don't have a way of using my capture card with a system this old, so I couldn't record my own footage using a capture card. And secondly, emulating this game on Xbox is a real pain. If I use CXBX Reloaded, I have broken sprites that fail to render properly, and if I try to use CMU, I just get this error message. Believe me when I say that I spent the better part of a Monday night trying to fix this, but I just couldn't. The footage you'll see for this section will be a mix of my own guerrilla recordings and footage that I found on YouTube, so just pretend that you're back in the early 2000s when people would point camcorders at the TV. Firstly, I noticed that the audio quality of the game sounded about the same as it does in the PS2 version, and some of the sound effects are also different. Storm's standing light punch sounds like how it does in the PS2 port, not the Dreamcast version, so it leads me to believe that these two versions are very similar. Marvel vs. Capcom 2 in general uses the ADX format for its audio, but I think the compression is what's hurting it here. Another thing that I quickly noticed involves one of my favorite characters, Cable. In the Dreamcast and the arcade versions, his magic series has a tendency to drop if you don't time the super jump perfectly, and the enemy can quite often be too high up in the air to be hit by his jumping heavy kick. But not in the Xbox version. No matter what happens in this situation, the game will force Cable to be level with his opponent. This tells us that there are balance changes throughout this Xbox port, and as I unfortunately haven't unlocked every character, I can't test all 56 of them out. On the topic of gameplay though,
everyone knew this, like, when you could play the Dreamcast version, you're like, it pretty much feels like the arcade version. If maybe the speed is off slightly or whatever, you can tell it's pretty much accurate. I remember when the PS2 and Xbox versions came out, and tournament organizers were debating, should we start using these? And he
remembers this, yeah.
Tried to try. I'm like, dude, it doesn't even feel like
tournament organizers, yeah.
It feels like they fucked up a lot of stuff. So, sadly, that would have been great because everyone had a PS2. Not as many people had original Xbox, but everyone had a PS2. And other games such as Street Fighter 3 Third Strike and CVS 2 were played on PS2. But for Marvel 2, we had to keep using Dreamcasts. But the problem with the Dreamcast is it gets old and breaks. And once it breaks, you got to send it off to get it repaired. You got to try to get a replacement. It was a nightmare trying to have Dreamcasts for over a decade to play Marvel 2 because there was no other viable way to play it. Everything else was just completely inaccurate to the original version.
Also cut off.
Stuff there, I missed it.
No other game on my system does this, and I even found that IGN's review of the Xbox port mentioned the same thing, so maybe it's just a minor issue with the game itself. In terms of content, it's pretty much the exact same as the previous versions, meaning that it lacks online play. This
I don't have the backstab yet.
Uh-oh. What happened?
Of 2009, Marvel vs. Capcom 2's HD re-release was slated for the Xbox 360 and the PS3, although I'm recording footage from the Xbox 360 version specifically. These two versions have some minor differences with their performance and the online play, but I'll be combining them both into this one section for time purposes. Before anything else, I'll say that this version has all the important stuff that you'd want. An updated menu system, widescreen support, achievements, character move lists, and online play. The latter is the biggest new addition, as it marks the first time that Marvel vs. Capcom 2 has been made playable online outside of Japan, and this port actually has rollback netcode, which is really cool.
It was terrible. It's not really cool, because it was 2009. It was so primitive. The game was pretty much unplayable online every time you tried to play it. It was just characters teleporting, skipping all over the place constantly. It didn't feel smooth at all. It was a joke. Like, I remember I was happy to have it on modern console, but it was unplayable online. Like, there was no reason to ever play it online. It was just atrociously bad.
The great thing is that having to unlock characters has been removed, so every character and color is ready to be selected right from the get-go.
That's good.
The game is also presented in a 16:9 resolution in HD, rather than the 4:3 resolution and standard definition of the original game. This new resolution makes the game look really crisp, and it's great seeing the original sprites animated in this way. And speaking of animations, all of the animation frames are present and accounted for here, so every move looks and functions the way that it should. Some of the stages are affected by this visual upgrade, however, as due to the boost in aspect ratio, you can see that some of these stages have cutoff points that couldn't be seen in the original release. Hell, you can even see out of bounds sometimes.
Yep.
However, this has no impact on the gameplay, which is pretty good. If you don't like the way that the sprites look, you can play around with the game's newly included visual filters, although I just use the default setting. This is all great, but this port also has some issues, so let's get into them. I stumbled across an old thread on the Shoryuken forums, rest in peace, during my research with a list of some of the gameplay changes found in this version. A big one is that Cyclops' Infinite no longer works due to changes with the hit stun on some of his normals, and other characters are also affected by gameplay changes too. I'm not an expert at Marvel 2, far from it, but if this is truly the case, then it goes without saying that characters who rely on air lights for certain infinites, like Cyclops obviously, have been affected pretty badly. Much like the PS2 port, some of the glitches have been removed, but some are still in the game for some reason. Ruby Heart's teleporting and sprite glitches from the arcade version are gone, but Guile's Team Super glitch is still in this version, so this version is a bit inconsistent with the bug fixes. The developers behind this port, Backbone Entertainment, stated in a 2009 press release that the HD versions were made with the Dreamcast version's codebase as a point of reference, so it's a shame that there are unique quirks specific to these versions of the game. If you're looking at the HD ports from a purely casual or intermediate level of play, then it's a great way to experience Marvel 2, but there's a reason why the top players prefer to use the Dreamcast version to this very day. A good amount of people from all skill levels also like to net play the PS3 version using the RPCS3 emulator, so the HD port can be played for fun and even competitively.
And then that's it, right? Like, there's no other version. Oh, there's an iOS version? He's playing it on iPad.
The original release of Street Fighter 4 iOS back in 2009. I can't imagine two iPhones on early 2010s internet trying to play a match of Marvel 2 in sync without any technical hiccups, so perhaps it's for the best that this game lacks online play. Going back to Street Fighter 4 iOS for a moment, that game was specifically made for iOS and Android, whereas Marvel 2 is obviously a port of the Dreamcast version. So trying to get a Naomi game running on a smartphone must have been quite the challenge for Capcom's poor mobile games division back then. Even though this game
looks very good. Nah, it's terrible. Okay, on to the next video. We watched that one for a long time. On to the next video.
Video game rap battles! Player 1, Bowser! Player 2, Dr. Eggman!
So this basically copied epic rap battles of history and just does it with video game characters? Okay.
This be the king of the Coopers. Back by my army of troopers. I trapped with the princess, you trapping critters, but we got the shells that'll shoot you. Right at the chopper that you just jacked for me. You face the monster, conquering galaxies, hiding your lab while I'm rocking the castle, cause you lose the animals in every battle like, whoa. I'm a superstar saga, you're just trash from Sega, who lost a mascot contest to his own rival. What a failure, so I flame ya. I fight gory, lick my lips cause I like poultry. Squeeze my jaw and eat you raw, that's what I call an inside story. Lectured by Lizard Brain.
I don't know. Some people like epic rap battles from history and stuff. I've
he doesn't,
never watched
obviously.
Them. Doesn't it just seem like really corny? I don't know. It just seems corny. Like, is it really? Oh, it's so hard. Yo, did you hear what Bowser said? He said he's gonna eat fucking Dr. Eggman.
They're not showing that they're hard,
Dude,
DSP. No one's trying to show that they're tough. You don't like it because you can't do it. You're just one of them people. If you can't do it and don't understand it,
right? Cringy, corny.
It sucks.
Some people really love it. Some people absolutely love the epic rap battles of history, and this is just a spin-off of that. But I just don't get it. Like, I'm not gonna laugh at anything in this video, right?
One thing that I must ask then, did you look back at all your games? Cause you lose to the mustache man. This little slow if he thinks that he's tough. To beat you all I have to do is just jump over you and into the lava you're dunked. I'd be more threatened rapping against Doug Bowser. Go back in that shell so you can hide, coward. Are you rapping in your final form? Your flow is dry, Bowser. I'm a mad genius, you're a buffoon. I'll turn this dragon to my dragoon. It's absurd, my flow is out of this world, as if I had just pissed on the moon. Maybe invent something to hype your rap flows. Battle with gadgets must spike, so just trash those. Claim that your genius is simply a match, though you couldn't craft a way to get it smashed, bro. Even robotic, whatever you call it, I'm gonna leave this status so splattered like pollock, cause over the years I got rough and tough from a beast.
I mean, the chat are loving it, so.
See? I don't have anything to say. It's just. And epic rap battles
are old. It's not for you, DSP.
How old is this video? I'm just curious. 4 years ago. And the dude's got 3.3 million views on it, right? It's just like, I don't know.
It's just not for you.
I don't get it.
Yeah, we know.
Another one. They got 152 views 2 weeks ago. I just don't find it entertaining. maybe other people do. And you know what? Again, I'm not here to crap on your parade if you like this, but it's just cringe.
But
I don't get it. Thank you, Eva Cowboy fan, for becoming a submissions tier member. Now you'll be able to submit videos for next week when I put up the thread later today. It's not up yet. I'll put up the thread up tonight. Okay? All right, let's go through one more video here for this part. What makes Riven different than other games? This is still in the... Yes, it is. I want to make sure that we didn't screw up. Yes, we still have this, and we have 4 more videos. Okay, for the Ultra submission. Cool. What makes Riven different from other games? And this is the new one that just came out that we played earlier this year. Sadly, I played it right before I got my new gaming PC. I really wish I had played it when
I know what sets Riven apart. I know what sets Riven apart. It is the world building. It's everything in there has meaning.
Just seems like things are a lot more interconnected than a lot of other games and franchises might be.
You look at other games, especially the original one, and games of that time were blocky and clunky, and this one jumped through some leaps and bounds and made a world look utterly real and sound and feel real.
I mean, yeah, back in the day when they were new, it was about
this kind of solitary.
It was cool games, but it was about how good they looked.
Trying to figure out what's happening, and
at least that's how I remember the Myst games and the Riven games. I played them when I was young.
That you feel kind of grounded in everything.
Played Myst with my dad. That was awesome.
Meant to be there.
After 3.5 years of thinking about a thing, it really does become real in your head, and so the next step for that would be to actually be able to stand there and feel like you really were in that place.
We've never...
And that's when we really did create the island of Riven. All of those islands are real. We built them out in the Pacific. Now, that would be wild. This is... All these years later, we're revealing this actually exists out there. You should go check out those islands in real life.
Never touched Riven since the original. And so it had sort of this sacred aura around it. And we want to be respectful of what people love about the original, but also push it into new territory, new generation of players.
So it was with a little bit of anxiety that we started considering it, because we felt like the tools had to be right for Riven. You know, the technology had to be able to do this in a way that felt worthy of the original. And it started feeling that way.
First off,
what I would say is, after having played the original Myst and then Riven, Myst is a fine puzzle game, but Riven feels like an interconnected world that's real. Like when you're going between the islands and you got to keep backtracking to do different puzzles when you get different information from each island and everything, it feels like it's uniquely, beautifully interconnected and special. It really does feel that way. As opposed to, I would say with Myst, it just feels like, okay, you're in the starter area, do some puzzles. Oh, you went to another area, do some puzzles. You go here, do some puzzles. But it doesn't feel like a naturally flowing world that was designed to be something you're going to be moving around, correct? So, in my opinion, I think that Riven is actually a much better game than Myst. Also, better plot, too. Yeah, so Ava Cowboy fan, don't worry. What's going to happen is every Sunday night, after I finish with all my content for the day, I post up a community thread on the channel here.
What are they worrying about?
Post up your video. So you can't do it yet. The thread that's up there is from last week, so don't do it. New thread will be coming later tonight. After I finish my late stream over on my throwback channel, I post up all the new stuff. Sometimes I do a little bit earlier in the day, but you'll see it has the date and everything. It'll have next week's date and everything on it and say post up here, and then you'll post up your videos in there.
Oh.
You'll just check the community tab later today. Okay.
3D in general, I mean, it's just the first time that we're going to be now.
Fuck
you can walk around the world and get around that area that you didn't see before, what's behind this thing, but then also moving it towards VR.
There's something about seeing Riven for the first time in VR that makes it feel real. I don't know how to describe it otherwise, because you get a sense of scale, things that you couldn't see before. You know, especially because it's only been flat. It hasn't even been, you know, on a flat screen 3D. You couldn't even get parallax. It has always just been flat images.
It was just this presence that you got that you're like, wow, okay, this is big.
So seeing it where you get visual clues of how distant the islands are.
Yeah, that's cool.
You just want to stand there and look at it. I don't feel like I want to go anywhere fast. I just I feel immersed.
Riven is one of those games that really requires you to stop and think.
and be in the moment.
I hope we're translating that into the 3D environment now as being as real as it can be nowadays too.
Any trepidation we feel is around the idea of not wanting to disappoint people, but I think people are going to find a lot to love and a lot to be surprised with.
And you're going to find a lot to be disappointed in. No, it's good. I played it, and this is great. I didn't play it in VR, but I played it on my mini PC, and with the graphics kind of half running, it was still a great game. I really wish I had played it on my gaming PC.
I mean, it's just get straight to the point, isn't it, Mamba?
Gaming PC, and oh my god,
just get straight to the point.
Like shit, and I just beat it. But
just let them know.
Right? Okay, that's good. So thank you guys for watching. When we come back, there will be the end of the Ultra Member videos. And then for the second half of the show, we will do the submissions tier where it's random selected, okay? But thank you. Good stuff so far. Hope you're enjoying, and I will see you in the next part. Cool. All right. What I would say is, you know, me messing now with these blackout curtains again. Right now it's fine. It's a little warm in here, but it's not nearly as bad as when I had it all the way closed because I'm getting air circulation, which is great.
Wow, I've got no health. How am I still alive?
If there were full sun out, there's not. It's cloudy, but if it was full sun out, it'd probably be too bright in here. So I'd probably have to close it fully. But right now, it just feels all right. I'm not sweating it out. Yesterday, I was kind of sweating it out because it was full sun. In a couple days, it's gonna be 80 degrees, and we're in fall. We just hit fall here today, and then you look at the weather, and it says, let me double check that. 78 degrees on Tuesday. But then after that, we get rain every day, which is great. Once there's rain, I'll have a lot of cool air and stuff going on. But I guess I'm gonna have a couple tough and stuffy days. What can I do, right? I hope you guys are enjoying the show. If you are, please like the stream. We're at 70 likes. Let's get it to 100 likes, guys. Let's get to 100 likes here on DSP versus the Internet. And anything appreciated. Right now, we have the one membership from Eva Cowboy Fan, but no super chats and no other memberships besides that. We did get some tips, obviously,
you got
our goals earlier.
Nearly $300 in tips, though, so you know.
About the channel, okay? All right, let's just get right back into it, because I know you guys want to get to the other submissions, so let's get through the old
Yeah, let's get back into the money.
All right, everyone, welcome back to DSP versus the Internet, episode 83. Let's continue on and finish up the Ultra Member submissions for the week. Here we go.
Hi, gang. What's your favourite faction in 40k? Well, whatever they are, they're bad. As we all know, there are no good guys in 40k. Games Workshop say so all the time. Everyone's bad. Chaos is bad. The Imperium is bad. Space bugs are bad. Everyone is bad. So in this video, I'm going to go through them all and explain why your favourite faction are terrible people.
We were just saying this as I played Warhammer 40k Space Marine 2. I was like, so really there's no heroes. Everyone's kind of a different antagonist going at each other. There's no one who's like actually correct or right in the situations. They're all just seeing it from their own perspective and kind of trying to take over and survive everybody else.
No, Elixir,
so,
bro.
Yeah, there's
Still,
no good people
not even one
in the game, really. I mean, there are good people, but no good overall faction.
There are no goodies in the Warhammer 40,000 universe. None. That's the official line, and there are hundreds of books to prove it, full of mindless slaughter, pointless wars, and awful decisions. Every single faction in 40k is bad. But occasionally, online, some people try to question this. It's a dangerous universe after all. Maybe this faction's decisions are justifiable because of survival or heroism or something. My faction, yeah, they're fine. They're the true good guys of the setting. And those bad things they did, well, those were just hard decisions that just had to be made. And I get it. People want simplified stories with clear heroes and villains. But that's not how life works, and as a work of satire, that's not how 40k works either. 40k is a war game, and despite the many simplified action movies out there, wars are never as simple as a single righteous cause. Goodies versus baddies. Despite how much some people might fetishize them or the idea of being in them, wars are bad. And if you want a war game where every single faction can fight every single other faction forever, including fighting amongst themselves, then every single faction has to be bad too. So, let's go through all of them and find out exactly how bad they are, starting with the most obvious one. The Imperium of Man is bad. I mean, this is the obvious one, isn't it? The Imperium are designed to be absolutely terrible, as Games Workshop themselves say. Its numberless legions of soldiers and zealots bludgeon their way across the galaxy, delivering death to anyone and anything that doesn't adhere to their blinkered view of purity. Almost every man and woman toils in misery either on the battlefield, where survival is measured in hours, or in the countless manufactorums and hive slums that fuel the Imperial war machine. All of this in slavish servitude to the living corpse of a god emperor whose commandments are, at best, only half remembered, twisted by time and the fallibility of humanity.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know about any of that. So the Emperor is still alive, but not really. He's dead, but they're keeping him alive to do experiments and shit, probably with his DNA. That's why they have these different leaders, supposedly, like his clones or kids. Or
I don't know, probably.
right? And his commandments are only at best half remembered. So maybe at one point, humanity was good, but everyone just twisted
DSP, don't just say maybe, because there's probably already written about this. Do you know what I mean?
And now no one actually remembers what the real stuff was back in the day, so they all just lie about it to get by. Wow, that's a pretty well written plot. That's actually a pretty well written plot.
Oh yeah?
And I didn't know that. That's neat. I received a $4.20 tip from Lady Charisma. I want to give you a heads up. When you reach the submission to your videos, there's a video about a PS5 Pro versus same price PC where the intro and benchmark are the main points that I think you should see. The middle part's mostly specking out the PC to match the Pro. You can skip that. Thank you. If we get to see that, thank you for giving me the heads up. I did see that is in the playlist, and that's interesting. Can you build a $700 PC that runs as good, if not better, than the upcoming PS5 Pro? I think that's something that a lot
Hey,
of
look,
people
fists like Jazzy wants. Ninja
Thank you for
Commander.
that, Lady Charisma.
Okay. Hey, look, an itch
The Imperium of Man stands as a cautionary tale of what could happen should the very worst of humanity's lust for power and extreme unyielding xenophobia set in. The Imperium is, if you've forgotten, a totalitarian, oppressive, backwards, conservative, religious fundamentalist dystopia, rife with division, intolerance, inequality, and outright slavery that cares almost nothing for any form of what we would call human rights. The planets that make it up are wildly different from medieval feudal societies, which are bad, to nightmare cyberpunk megacities, also bad. On one hand, as long as its constituent planets toe the line in terms of their ties to the Imperium, they can do whatever they want. But in practice, this means that the Imperium as a whole legitimizes any form of rule as long as it keeps the status quo. Hereditary monarchies and class systems, absolutely fine. Ruthless dictatorships, totally okay. Indentured servitude and literal slavery, yeah, no problem. Sexism,
No problem.
homophobia, racism, do what you want on your planet. The Imperium does not care. But if you try and revolt and improve things, well, the Imperium cares then, and you can expect to be bombed into oblivion for the crime of being disruptive. Of course.
All right, I think that's as far as I'm not gonna watch a 20-minute video. You guys know that, but that's the background on the Imperium that I actually wanted to know. When I was playing Space Marine 2,
guys.
I was confused. I'm like, wait, these are the heroes? They certainly don't seem that way. They seem like they're using evil technology to do bad things, and then come to find out they're actually not. They're bad. Okay, 1 second.
Thanks, guys.
Wanted to see if I open my curtains in the middle, how it looks. Looks about the same, right? I think opening the curtains in the middle will work better than the side, because on the side, all the light was going onto the PC and stuff on the floor, and I was like, you know, I probably don't want it going onto the PC on the floor. But if I open it in the middle, I get this kind of middle light. That's better. And actually, I think the background looks a little better that way, too. All right, I'll do that. If I need fresh air, I'll just open it in the... There we go. Ted Cassie said there's stuff about the Space Marines. Let's find that. Looking for it.
It's getting really weird, man. That's super annoying.
Where is it? I don't see any Space Marines. Where is this? I see no pictures of Space Marines. How did I miss it? Is it coming up right now? Maybe it's coming up right now.
Also something we know is bad. The Imperium therefore believes that any form of intelligent life other than humanity needs to be completely wiped out just in case, regardless of if they're actually a threat, which can lead to strange definitions for wars of survival. Of course, the other main threat to humanity is chaos, which the Imperium solves by creating conditions so oppressive that underground cults promising a better life find it really easy to gain traction. A huge proportion of the chaos threat in 40k comes from formerly Imperial armies who were treated so horribly they went looking for something else. And while the Imperium is under threat from those things, this survival rhetoric ignores the fact that a huge proportion of wars fought by humanity are wars of honor, also a concept that's bad. Imperial forces are likely to go to war because it impugns their honor not to, or because the actions of a foe can be construed as an insult to someone in the Imperium, or for a variety of religious reasons. Whole wasteful crusades have been fought to reclaim worlds of almost...
I still don't see the stuff about the Space Marines. I'm waiting. Where is it? Right here?
They replicate by abducting small children, cutting them open and filling them with gene seeds, brainwashing them, and then consigning them to an eternity of constant war. The populations...
Wow. So that's how you make a Space Marine, huh? Oh, that's interesting.
Who supply those children frequently have no choice in this. Depending on the chapter, they might see regular humans as little more than collateral damage or a source of handy slaves. Even the nicer ones are horrific mass murderers willing to inflict huge losses on their own side in the name of honor. The Astra Militarum is the ultimate uncaring military system. They're also bad. It conscripts soldiers by law into a never-ending tour of duty and then throws them into hopeless situations millions at a time, often because human life is considered cheaper to expend than material resources are. This is enabled by a literal cult of sacrifice. That's bad, everyone. All of which results in an average soldier's life expectancy being around 15 hours. On the other hand, its upper echelons are riddled by classism. Being from the right family will absolutely get you a safe position of command behind the lines, regardless of how many people die from your stupid decisions. And if...
All right. I mean, thank you for the submission. I think we watched enough of it, but we just learned about all this bad stuff. That, yeah, in 40k, everything's bad. Even the humans that are supposed to be like your first perspective, because you're a human yourself, is bad. Right? If a cowboy fan is asking, any restrictions or things to be cautious about? Cannot be a video that's flagged for adults only. Cannot be a video that's flagged for children only, because those are actually not allowed, and then the whole stream gets demonetized or shut down. I'm serious. And try to do a shorter video, because as you can see, there's no way I'm ever going to watch a 20-minute video. It's a clip show, and I'm trying to get through as many clips as I can. So the shorter, the better. Okay, on to the next video. Good submission there. I learned a lot.
Did he?
The Plucky Squire game overview trailer. Cool. This just came out. I think people were talking about me possibly looking at it.
About any of this.
I really don't get it.
Let's skip through, see what else he saw, because... No.
Logical effects of them having necrotized
Some more
flesh.
Warhammer stuff.
Role playing? This isn't in any game engine, right? Like, this is just a video and they're just talking.
All out. This guy.
Like color. And it was very fun to do, but it was very
Paint
arduous.
video.
Because you have to do, like, multiple coats. And it was big. It was a big... The model was, like, this tall.
So that's the paint,
it took
dickhead.
a while to paint the thing. But
A
it was
Hogan
fun when we did
video.
it together. It just took a long time to do, but man, it looked great when we were done with it.
Is it Hogan? Is it He-Man?
For the eyes, I used a small amount of warp lightning. I used Iandan yellow on the Aquila and exoskeleton parts on the arms and legs and all of the skulls.
Cool. So intricate.
At this point, I went over the glowing eye effect with several thin coats of white just to pare that down a bit. So much better. I don't know what I was thinking. Anyway, time for the red. I'm a big fan of the more vibrant...
Citadel color, so they even have like their own brands of paint to do these, huh? Like that's
Yes.
like a Warhammer tied-in paint line. Let's just see the final product.
Obviously, you don't have. You can use whatever you want, but yes, obviously, they have their own.
Carefully sponged on some dings and dirt.
Sponging stuff on. Wow.
And with that, Deathwing Squad Ezekiel is complete and ready to delve into some of the most hostile environs of the 41st millennium.
Pretty sick.
Cool.
Not bad.
Cool looking.
Looks pretty
I totally
cool.
get it. Like as a hobby, that's probably super fun to do.
Oh yeah, there was Hogan. There you go.
What's going on with Hulk Hogan's hair? It's blonde and yet it's silken, like that of a Chinese man.
Ah, yes. That is Hulk Hogan's signature look. Blonde Chinese hair and the skin of a hot dog. It's awesome. The whole thing's fake, but it's really awesome. We here at
Interesting. Very interesting. Anyway. Sadly, it's over. Oh. I've got to get up for work relatively soon. So I have to go to bed. Bye, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube, for hanging out. Oh my god, we just got raided by Fedora Glow.
Thank you
We're bringing
once
him
again,
with
Fedora
us.
Glow,
Thank
for
you
the
very
raid.
much, YouTube.